Hey dreamer, tonight we're stepping into an ancient Roman survival marathon. Two worlds that glitter from a distance, but up close are ruled by pressure, reputation, and the unsettling feeling that everyone is watching you breathe. First, you'll step into ancient Rome as a gladiator, not the heroic slow-motion version, the real one. The early mornings, the strict training, the bruises you pretend don't exist, and the quiet understanding that your job description is basically stay alive for the crowd's entertainment. Then, once you've survived the arena routine, we'll switch to a different kind of danger, dating in ancient Rome. A world of social rules, status games, sharp tongues, suspicious chaperones, and romance that comes with fine print. Because in Rome, even flirting can feel like a political negotiation, just with more perfume and worse intentions. So before we lace up our sandals, tighten our armor straps, and pretend we know how Roman flirting works without accidentally proposing marriage, take a second to like this video and subscribe, or double check if you are already subscribed. It helps the channel more than you think. And leave a comment telling me where you're listening from, and what history era you would like to dive into next. Now, dim the lights and enjoy being comfortable, because in ancient Rome, even relaxing comes with an audience and a little bit of judgment. Good luck. Welcome to your life as a gladiator in Rome. It's the 1st century of the empire, and you're inside a gladiator training school called a ludus. Your life is now measured in drills and recovery, not days of the week. You wake up in a small room inside the training school, the kind of room that says minimalist lifestyle, but only because someone else owns everything you would like to have. The air smells like sweat, old leather, and yesterday's effort. Somewhere nearby a door slams, a man barks orders, and your body remembers every bruise before your brain fully turns on. You lie there for one more breath, like you are hoping the Empire forgets you exist. Your sleeping mat is thin, the blanket scratchy, and your pillow is actually just a folded cloth that someone once optimistically called soft. But it's not. You stretch one leg, feel your calf cramp immediately, and decide maybe stillness is your friend. Your back is sore from yesterday's falls, and your left shoulder is still holding a grudge from last week's bout with the overly enthusiastic recruit who swings like a man trying to kill a wasp with a shovel. The silence in the room is brief, broken by the sound of someone coughing in the next cell, or laughing, or both. Another shout cracks through the corridor, followed by the thud of sandals slapping against stone. The Lannister's assistant is making his rounds, yelling motivational phrases like, "Get up before I come in there and motivate you with a stick." You consider your options. Stay in bed and risk humiliation in front of everyone, or get up and face whatever punishment is disguised as exercise today. You roll to your side with the grace of a dropped sack of laundry, and your body creaks like an old cartwheel. Your feet touch the cold floor. You sit there for a moment, hunched over, elbows on knees, staring at your hands like you are reading a tragic prophecy written in bruises and blisters. The air in the room doesn't move, it sits, thick and used. It's a smell you're used to now, part effort, part stress. Part that one guy who doesn't believe in soap. You grab your tunic from the peg on the wall, shake it out, and pull it over your head. It's stiff with yesterday's sweat and regret. As you step into the corridor, the noise increases. Voices echo from every direction. Some are muttered, some are groaned. You shuffle into line with the others, eyes half closed, everyone dressed in the same scratchy uniforms like the saddest team in Rome's least fun summer camp. One man beside you is already stretching, one is already complaining. The corridor leads out toward the practice yard, and as you walk, you pass the door to the medicus's room. You glance inside and see bandages, jars of herbs, and a table that looks suspiciously like a place where people go to cry. You nod respectfully at the medicus, not out of affection, but because one day soon you will probably be on that table, asking if a rib can be pushed back in. The morning air hits your face like a splash of cold water and sunlight. The yard is already filling with others. You take your place, not because you are ready, but because you are here. And being here is most of the job. You look around at the others, and no one looks rested. Everyone looks like they woke up already behind on life. But they stand, and you stand, because that is what you do. You show up, you endure, you sweat, you learn, and you get through the morning one shouted command at a time. You remember the little detail that defines your whole life, whether you're here because you were forced, or because you signed up for money, debt relief, or a spectacular midlife crisis. Some gladiators are enslaved prisoners, some are condemned criminals, and some are free men who choose the arena for pay and fame. Either way, you are now part of a world where your reputation is public and your freedom is complicated. It is comforting, in a strange way, that everyone around you also regrets at least one major decision. You glance across the yard and try to remember who is who. There is Gaius, who used to wear a senator's robe and now wears bruises. He gambled everything and lost. Mago, a Berber warrior taken in battle, keeps his silence like a shield, and Decimus, who supposedly signed up just to get out of a miserable marriage. It might be a joke, but no one's laughing. Everyone has a story, most of them shaped by desperation or very questionable timing. If you are enslaved, your name might not even be your own anymore. It was replaced the same day they gave you your training gear and a spot in the food line. But if you volunteered, the arrangement is even weirder. You willingly signed a contract, in ink, on paper, the kind with clauses. You gave up legal freedom in exchange for money, housing, food, and the chance to someday be stabbed while thousands cheer. Volunteers are called octorati. They get a bonus up front, which sounds nice until you realize it is basically a tip for putting yourself on layaway. Maybe you had debts. Maybe you were hungry. Maybe you just had the wrong kind of confidence. Some people join a gym. You joined a blood sport. The application process did not involve a personality test, but maybe it should have. But once you are here, it does not really matter how you got in. Whether you were bought or signed up, the day looks the same. You train, you sweat, you follow orders, and if you are lucky, you get to keep doing it. The lanista owns your contract. That means he owns your schedule, your diet, your gear, and possibly your soul, depending on how the paperwork was worded. You are now a gladiator, which sounds glamorous until you realize it involves a lot of sore knees and very little personal space. In quiet moments, you sometimes wonder which is worse, being dragged into this life without choice, or waking up one day and realizing you chose it. Slaves know they were forced. Volunteers get the full horror of self-awareness. You remember the signing bonus and wonder if it's still sitting in someone else's purse while you practice dodging spears. The lines between status blur fast. Everyone bleeds. Everyone gets yelled at. Everyone stares at the same bowl of barley stew and pretends it's exciting. You might train next to someone you'll fight one day, or someone who used to be free and now looks more resigned than the condemned man beside him. Status fades, reputation, skill, survival. Those are the currencies now. Still, there is pride here, a rough kind. You show up, You endure. You train until your arms shake, and someone notices. Maybe it's the trainer. Maybe it's a fellow fighter. Maybe one day it will be a senator in the crowd shouting your name between bites of sausage. You are part athlete, part performer, part ghost story told to children who complain about chores. Soon you hear the lanista, the owner and operator of this whole operation, moving through the corridors like a man doing inventory. To him, you are not just a person, you are an investment with muscles, and he would prefer his investment not to leak too much. He can be harsh, but he also wants you healthy, which is the most unsettling kind of care. Imagine your boss being strict because they are trying to protect you, and also because they bought you. Rome was nothing if not creatively confusing. You hear his voice before you see him, sharp and efficient, barking instructions, inspecting men like livestock with gym memberships. He is your manager, your trainer, your HR department, and your debt collector, all rolled into one. But he is not your friend. He is a businessman, and your performance is a financial product. Your survival helps his bottom line. Your death might help it too, depending on the timing. Dying early is a loss. Dying dramatically in front of a Roman senator's spoiled child during their birthday. That is what you call a good return on investment. He walks with the confidence of someone who always gets the last word, even if he has to shout it over a dying man. Assistants trail behind him, armed with tablets, scrolls, and that distinct Roman look of judgment. You are on one of those scrolls, maybe your name, maybe your stats. Either way, it means someone is watching you with a pen in their hand, which is never a great feeling when you already woke up sore. The lanista stops, looks at you, squints, maybe grunts, maybe says something about how your left leg seems lazy today. You try to look more alert without looking too eager, like a child pretending they understood their math homework. You never really know what he's thinking, and it is not safe to ask. If you're injured, he wants to know how badly. If you're getting stronger, he wants to know how quickly. If you look tired, he will wonder why he is feeding someone who naps like a poet. He may favour certain fighters, not out of love, out of marketing, the ones with flair, charisma, scars in the right places. That rare thing called marketability that makes nobles lean forward in their seats and yell louder. That is ancient Rome's version of a brand deal. You keep your eyes forward, do not slouch, do not fidget. The lanista does not like uncertainty. He likes numbers. He likes stats. He likes control. If you are underperforming, he might double your training or switch your sparring partner to someone whose hobbies include dismemberment. If you're doing well, he might let you sleep an extra hour, which is the Roman equivalent of a corporate pizza party. Some lanistae were kind, or at least strategic. Better food, a real medic, less screaming. Others ruled with fear and threats of public humiliation. You are not entirely sure where yours falls, but he has not yelled directly at you today, and that feels like a small personal victory. You cling to those like a man clings to the side of a fast-moving chariot. Then he's gone. His voice fades down the hall, already criticizing someone else's posture. You breathe out. The air tastes like oil, old sweat, and relief. He will be back. He always comes back. And next time, you will try to look just a little more prepared, a little more valuable. Because in the end, that is your job. Not just to fight, but to look like someone worth betting on. It is time for breakfast, which arrives with the emotional warmth of a tax form. You eat a bowl of barley porridge, maybe with beans, maybe with a little salt, and you chew like someone trying to build armour out of carbohydrates. Gladiators were sometimes nicknamed barley men because this was a common diet, meant to fuel training and add body mass. You eat steadily because you will need energy, and because hunger is not a fun companion when someone hands you a shield. The porridge is lukewarm and has the texture of wet rope. It clings to your spoon, your bowl, and your dignity. It is not so much food as it is a message. You are here to survive, not to enjoy yourself. You chew each bite like it wronged your family. No one eats it quickly, not because of etiquette, but because the stomach deserves a moment to brace for impact. It tastes like commitment, like a slow, gritty surrender to the day ahead. You sit on a bench with other fighters, shoulder to shoulder, all hunched over identical bowls. The air smells faintly of oil, smoke, and morning breath. Conversation is minimal. It is too early for jokes and too late to pretend you're anywhere else. A man next to you is eating like he's in a race. Another stares blankly at his porridge like it whispered a dark secret. Everyone is coping in their own way. Once in a while, the kitchen staff tries something new, a splash of oil, a pinch of herbs. One time they put a fig in someone's bowl and the entire ludus talked about it for a week. It was like winning the lottery, except the prize was soft fruit. But most mornings it is barley. Barley today, barley tomorrow, barley until the end of time. The Romans loved barley for gladiators. It was cheap, filling, and helped bulk up the body. It also made you impressively gassy, which no one talks about, but everyone notices. You eat in silence, ears tuned to the background noise of the ludus coming alive. Sandals scuff the stone, gear clinks. Somewhere someone is already grunting dramatically while stretching like a man auditioning for a tragedy. It is not peaceful, but it is familiar. You take another bite. It tastes like endurance, like calories disguised as punishment. You think sometimes about other foods, honeyed bread, roasted meat, a fruit that did not come with a lecture. You remember passing a senator's house once, where the scent of spiced lamb drifted out onto the street and nearly made you weep. But you do not get lamb, you get barley. Because barley is reliable, filling, and no one cries when you spill it. Barley does not have a lobbyist. Still, there is comfort in the routine. It might be bland, but it is consistent. And in this life, where everything else can shift with one bad fight or a nod from the lanista, consistency is its own strange luxury. You know what breakfast is. You know what it does. It anchors you to the day. You finish the last bite, scrape the bowl clean, and set it aside with the resignation of someone who knows lunch will look exactly the same. Around you, others are doing the same. One man belches without shame. Someone else cracks their neck and mutters something about stretching. You wipe your mouth with your arm because napkins are myths, and you rise slowly. Your stomach is full but not satisfied. Your body is fueled but already aching. Breakfast has done its job. It was not fun. It was not tasty. But it got you to the next moment. And in the world of the ludus, that is enough. After eating, you reach for water. And it is not your personal water because personal anything is a rare concept here. Cups get passed. Jugs get refilled, and everyone pretends not to notice who coughed first. Hydration is important, even if the method is unsettling. You tell yourself that you have survived worse, and then you remember you have not yet survived today. The water is cool but has a faint metallic tang. It comes from a large clay jug that has known too many hands and too few scrubbings. There is usually one wooden cup, maybe two, and they travel from person to person like a poorly planned trust exercise. You drink because you must. The sun is already rising and sweat is already forming, and no one performs well dehydrated. You try not to think about who drank before you, or what might still be floating in there. You take a sip and feel it hit your stomach with a dull splash. The cup is smooth from years of use and rough handling. You look at it briefly, pretending you're not inspecting it for mystery substances, and pass it along. The man next to you nods, takes his turn, doesn't speak. No one does. It is too early in the day for conversation and too intimate an act to make eye contact. Everything here is shared. Water, towels, sickness. If one man wakes up with a cough, you can expect half the ludus to sound like dying goats by the end of the week. But there are no sick days. You train unless you are bleeding from an artery or physically unconscious. And even then, someone might still nudge you back to your feet, just so they can use your weight for resistance training. Sometimes someone wipes the rim of the cup with their sleeve before passing it on. It's a nice gesture. Useless, but nice. Others just drink and hand it over like this is a normal part of civilized life. You do not judge. You did the same thing yesterday. You will do the same thing tomorrow. Your immune system no longer runs on logic. It runs on spite and stubbornness. The man beside you might be an enslaved fighter taken in war, or a volunteer who needed money fast, or someone who really misunderstood what career change meant. You do not know his story. You do not need to. Here, you all live the same script. Train, eat, hydrate, survive, in that order. Friendship, if it comes at all, arrives quietly. Usually after someone bleeds on you and apologizes, you glance at the jug, nearly empty. One of the younger assistants lifts it and heads toward the cistern to refill it. You hope, without much faith, that the cistern is clean and rat-free. You hope a lot of things. That today is not the day you pull a muscle, that your stomach holds, that your helmet strap does not snap in the middle of a drill. You hope quietly, because out loud sounds too much like tempting fate. Water is not just hydration here. It is routine. It is rhythm. It is part of the invisible thread that binds the ludus together. Passed from fighter to fighter, warmed by too many hands, it becomes an unspoken pact. A sign that no matter where you came from, you are now here, together, drinking from the same jug, preparing for the same battles, and facing the same uncertain crowd. Whether they cheer for you or not is irrelevant. What matters is that today you are still standing, and still thirsty. Before training truly begins, you might pass the area where the medicus works, a doctor attached to the school, because keeping fighters alive is good business. Treatments exist, bandages exist, and there are tools you do not want to recognize. You feel a strange comfort knowing someone here understands injuries, even if their idea of pain relief is probably wine and optimism. Rome could be brutal, but it was not careless in the way it managed valuable bodies. The medicus is usually hunched over a table, hands stained with whatever injury he just handled. Herbs hang from strings above him, clay pots line the shelves, and the tools laid out look less like medical supplies and more like props from a horror play. You nod as you walk past, not in greeting but in polite fear. He does not nod back. He is usually busy sewing someone's arm closed with the urgency of a man trying to beat the lunch bell. There are no privacy curtains, no soft background music, no gentle lighting. You get hurt, you get treated. Right there, in front of everyone. The rest of the men try not to look, but everyone listens. You always know when someone's getting something reset because the sound is usually followed by a high-pitched yell and some of the most creative profanity in the Latin language. The tools are grim: bronze scalpels, hooks, bone drills, a saw that might be decorative but probably isn't, tweezers for pulling out splinters, thorns, and the occasional unlucky bit of someone else's weapon. Nothing here is sterilized, but it is wiped down with a damp cloth and a sense of ancient optimism. Some tools get heated over a brazier, not for your comfort, for his peace of mind. The medicus has two favourite things. One is wine, the other is telling you to stop whining. If you get a deep cut, he pours wine on it, offers you a sip, then starts stitching while you try to stay still and not pass out. If he likes you, he gives you a second sip before he begins. If he doesn't like you, he skips that step and tells you to bite down on your own hand. Despite it all, you are strangely thankful he's here. His job is to keep you training and, more importantly, keep you profitable. You are not a person in this system. You are a unit of value, a line on someone's parchment. The better your body works, the more you're worth. So he patches you up like a cracked bowl someone still wants to serve food in. There are rumours, of course, that he was once a field medic in the legions, stitching soldiers in swampy camps, that he once operated on a senator's son using a sharpened hairpin and vinegar, that he pulled a spear out of his own leg and kept walking. You don't ask him questions. You don't speak unless he speaks. If he gives you a salve, you apply it. If it smells like old onions and bear fat, you pretend it doesn't. As you pass his corner, you walk straight, arms swinging, back upright. To look injured is to get noticed. To get noticed is to get treated, and to get treated means pain, paperwork, or worse. A mandatory rest day that somehow ends with double drills. Still, you are glad he is there, because one day, maybe soon, you will limp in bleeding or broken, and he will sigh, pour wine, and fix you. Not because he cares, but because you are worth something. Now you move into warm-up, the part of the day where you pretend your muscles are not screaming and you lie to yourself with confidence. You stretch, you jog, you loosen joints, and you try not to look at the veterans who move like machines. Training is structured, repetitive, and serious. There is no casual workout here, no gentle fitness journey, only preparation for a job interview where the interviewer has a spear. You begin with a light jog around the yard. At least it is called light. To your legs it feels like a betrayal. Your knees pop, your ankles crack, your spine has a few complaints of its own. The ground is a mix of packed dirt and sand, not hard enough to hurt, but not soft enough to hide how much you would rather be lying down. The sun is climbing fast, and your tunic is already starting to cling like a needy friend. Then come the stretches, arms overhead, bending at the waist, rotating shoulders. You move through each position like someone trying to remember how to be a person. Your hamstrings protest, and your back issues a quiet legal notice. The doctor walks by slowly, scanning the line for weakness. You stretch deeper, just in case. The man next to you groans under his breath. You ignore him. Everyone here is pretending to be fine. Warm-up is not optional. Warm muscles tear less than cold ones, and gladiators are expensive. You swing your arms, roll your shoulders, shift your weight from foot to foot. The trainers call out a rhythm. You move with the group, just trying not to stand out. Your brain goes on autopilot. Your body continues because that is what bodies do here. Keep moving. Don't stop. Some men start shadowboxing. Others move through footwork drills. You catch yourself counting your steps just to stay focused. The veterans glide across the sand like they were born doing this. You try to copy them without looking like you are copying them. It doesn't work. They notice anyway. This is not a warm-up for aesthetics. No one here is prepping for a toga shoot. This is a warm-up for impact, for survival, for the arena, where one wrong step could mean your last. There is no inner peace here. No meditative breath work. Just sweat, sore muscles, and the fear that if you fall behind, you will be asked to explain yourself. Loudly. In front of everyone. The heat builds. Sweat beads at your temples and slides down your back. Your thighs are already sore and your arms swing with more determination than grace. But you push through, because stopping would mean attention, and attention leads to questions. Are you hurt? Are you soft? Are you going to cost someone money? You stretch again, deeper this time, and tell your hamstring to shut up and get in line. Eventually, the trainers call it. Warm-up is done. You are not comfortable, but you are mobile. You are not rested, but you are ready enough. And that is the entire goal. You shake out your arms, roll your neck, brace yourself, because now comes the real part. The drills, the bruises, the shouting. The part where wooden weapons feel like iron, and footwork means avoiding someone else's bad morning. You glance around, everyone else is blinking sweat out of their eyes too. Different men, different reasons for being here, but in this exact moment, you are all the same. Exhausted, alert, and about to get hit with something. You take a deep breath and step forward. Not because you feel strong, but because this is what you do now. A trainer, often called a doctorate, watches you with the calm expression of someone who has already seen you fail in advance. He corrects posture, stance, grip, and attitude. He is not cruel for fun. He is strict because a small mistake in the arena can become a public funeral. You listen closely, because this is the closest thing you have to a safety net, and it comes with yelling. The doctor does not smile. He does not ask how you slept. He walks through the yard like a man inspecting weapons, not people. His gaze lands on you and you feel it before he says a word. Sometimes he doesn't speak. He just adjusts your wrist or knocks your knee with a staff. It is jarring and educational, like being corrected by someone who once fought lions before breakfast. He has trained hundreds of men, maybe thousands. He watches you swing too high and you catch the faintest eyebrow twitch. You drop your elbow and he exhales through his nose like your incompetence personally offends him. He does not yell to humiliate. He yells to make sure you remember that next time there may not be time to fix it. There is no room for ego here. The doctor removes it from you early, like a splinter that could get infected. He is not here to build your confidence. He is here to build your reactions. You grip too tight. He says it is wrong. You loosen too much. Also wrong. Eventually you find the right balance. He says nothing. That silence is praise. You treat it like gold. He drills you on footwork. Again and again. Forward, back, left, pivot, hold, repeat. You're not here to express yourself. You're here to function like a weapon someone else can point at a problem. Thinking is not your job. Surviving is. One bad habit and you are bleeding in front of 10,000 people holding bread and sausages. So when he tells you to do something for the 30th time, you do it. Not because you love training, because you love the idea of staying conscious for more than 10 seconds in your next match. The doctor rarely raises his voice, but when he does, it slices through the yard like a thrown dagger. The chatter stops. Everyone listens. Not out of fear exactly, but because ignoring him is like ignoring an earthquake. He does not waste words. Adjust. Again. Keep your feet under you. Watch your left. When he uses a full sentence, it usually stings more than a slap. No one knows much about his past. Some say he fought in the Colosseum. Others say he won his freedom and came back just to train men who would not last half as long. Some say he once defeated 3 men in a single match. It could be true. It could be myth. It doesn't matter. He is here. He is in charge. You learn quickly that if he repeats himself, it is going to hurt. You begin drills with wooden weapons because Rome understood the basic idea that stabbing your co-workers before lunch is not ideal. The wooden sword feels lighter than the real thing, but your arms still burn. You practice footwork, distance, timing, and control. Every movement is drilled until it becomes automatic, because panic is not a strategy, and neither is flailing. The weapon is called a rudis. It may be made of wood, but it hits like it has something to prove. The surface is worn smooth from years of use, but the weight still punishes your shoulders. A blow to the ribs is less fatal, but just as motivating. The doctor watches everything. If your grip is off, he adjusts it. If your swing is sloppy, he lets you know. Sometimes with words, sometimes with a very personal correction to your kneecap. You drill in pairs, step, swing, block, reset, over and over. It feels more like choreography than combat, but with a higher chance of getting bruised mid-performance. Your partner is just as exhausted as you are. But that doesn't stop either of you from trying to impress the trainer while simultaneously avoiding a visit to the medicus. No one here wants to be known as the guy who got a concussion from a wooden stick. Even without an edge, the weapon demands respect. These drills are not meant to make you look good. They are meant to make sure your instincts are faster than your thoughts. If you drop your guard, you get tapped in the head. Not hard enough to injure, just hard enough to ruin your ego for the rest of the day. You are taught sequences. Parry with your left, strike with your right, pivot, step back, repeat, then again, until your arms ache and your brain stops bothering to help. The idea is to burn the movements into your muscles so they respond before you even realize you are in danger. Thinking gets you killed. Reflexes might save you. Your tunic sticks to your back. Your palms are starting to blister. Your thighs are burning, and your breath feels like it is on a 5-second delay. You do not complain. This is normal. This is part of the process. The trainers walk among you, correcting form, offering advice, and occasionally threatening to replace your limbs with something that listens better. Some men grunt with each strike. Others stay quiet. Everyone sweats. You hear wood hitting wood, feet scuffing in the sand, and the occasional sharp bark from a trainer when someone gets too creative with their swing. Once in a while, someone hits too hard. The noise is unmistakable. Everyone flinches. The trainers are there instantly. There are no excuses for making someone bleed during wooden drills. That is not training. That is liability. Fatigue creeps in quickly. Your form slips. Your balance gets lazy. You try to keep your breathing steady, but your chest is heaving. The doctora tells everyone to switch partners, and you nod like a man who has recently forgotten how arms work. The new partner is taller, faster. You brace yourself, but something is different. You are blocking better, moving smoother. Your feet remember where to go. Your body is adjusting. You're not good, not yet, but you are less bad. The doctor passes by without saying a word. That is as good as applause. As training continues, you become more aware of your armatura, the fighting style and equipment set you are being shaped into. Maybe you're a Murmillo with a heavy helmet and shield, or a Thrax with a curved sword, or a Secutor built to chase a net fighter. Each type has strengths and weaknesses, and matchups are designed to be exciting. It is like being assigned a role in a play, except the reviews are loud and the stage is sand. The trainers size you up like butchers choosing cuts of meat. They measure your reach, your stamina, how you move, how you react, and how well you take criticism shouted directly into your soul. You do not choose your fighting style. It is assigned to you, like bad seating at a banquet. Once they decide what you are, that is what you train as. Congratulations, you are now a specialized tool. If you're big and built like a cart horse, you are likely a Murmillo. Your helmet will be massive, your sword short, and your shield the size of a small door. Your job is to soak up punishment and keep moving. You look terrifying, but move like a man trying to sprint through syrup. If you enjoy sweating under 40 pounds of bronze, this role is for you. If you're smaller, quicker, more agile, you might be cast as a Thrax. You get a curved sword, a small rectangular shield, and armor that protects everything except your comfort. You bounce around the arena, trying to slice at weak points while avoiding a shield bash that could rearrange your skeleton. It is exhausting, but at least you have better footwork. Then there is the Secutor, smooth helmet, tiny eye holes, built to chase down the Retiarius, who fights with a net and a trident and dresses like someone who forgot half his armor at home. Your job is to close distance, block flying nets, and not trip over your own feet in the sand. The helmet is so limited you can barely see, but at least you look aerodynamic. The Retiarius is the wild card. No helmet, little armor, just a net, a trident, and a very strong hope that no one catches him. He dances around the arena like an angry fisherman and frustrates everyone by being hard to hit. If you are fast, clever, and slightly dramatic, you might get assigned to this role. Also, be prepared to look completely ridiculous. There are other roles too. The Hoplomachus with his spear and small round shield, the Democeras with 2 swords, the Provocator with a breastplate and a more traditional setup. Each one exists for variety. The audience wants contrast. Fast against slow, heavy against nimble, sword against spear. Nobody cheers for symmetry. They want a show. Your armatura is not just functional, it is theatrical. Your armor becomes your identity. Your fighting style becomes your brand. People in the crowd will know your type before they know your name. They will cheer for the style they like, or boo it loudly. Either way, they are watching, and that is the whole point. You grow into the role. At first, the shield feels like a punishment. The helmet feels like a furnace. But over time, you adjust. You stop fighting the gear and start working with it. Your movements sharpen. You begin to feel like a version of the fighter they want you to be. The yard itself is its own character. Dusty ground, wooden posts, racks of gear, and the constant slap of wood on wood. The sun climbs, sweat runs down your back, and you hear grunts that could be effort or existential dread. You strike a post again and again, learning where power comes from. Somewhere a man laughs, not because it is funny, but because the body sometimes needs to release stress in any way it can. The ground is hard and hot, the kind of packed earth that has soaked up years of footprints, blood, and forgotten hopes. Sand kicks up with every step. It gets in your sandals, your mouth, your eyes. There is no shade unless you count the vague mercy of passing clouds, which do absolutely nothing. The heat is aggressive. The sun watches you like it is waiting for you to fail, and frankly, it would like that to happen before lunch. Everything here smells like effort. Sweat, leather, dust, the faint hint of metal from the gear racks, and occasionally something less identifiable that may or may not be coming from the armor pile. There are rows of wooden posts planted firmly into the earth, scarred and cracked from years of punishment. You strike one, again and again, not because it deserves it, but because it does not fight back, and you need the practice. The noise never stops. Wood hitting wood, sand grinding under feet, someone shouting, someone grunting, the distant snap of a staff correcting someone's bad posture. It is not music, but there is rhythm, and in that rhythm you find something close to focus. You block out everything else and let your body do what it is learning to do. Move, breathe, swing, repeat. Other fighters move around you, each lost in their own battle with technique and exhaustion. One man is practicing footwork, shuffling and pivoting like the ground is on fire. Another drills combinations with such intensity that you wonder if he's trying to fight his past. A veteran nearby glides through drills with the calm efficiency of someone who no longer needs to think. You try not to stare, but you do. Everyone does. You want to be like that. Not perfect, just competent. Trainers pass through, watching, correcting, occasionally barking something short and sharp. You straighten your spine when they get close, fix your grip, adjust your stance. Even if they are not looking directly at you, you feel their presence like heat on your neck. Nobody wants to be the reason the drill stops. Nobody wants to be the example of what not to do. Again. You pause to breathe, only to realize your body has been holding tension in your shoulders since sunrise. You shake out your arms, stretch your back. The sweat makes your tunic cling like regret. Your hands are sore from gripping the weapon. Your thighs ache from too many squats disguised as stances. You drink a little water from a shared jug and try not to think about how many people have touched it. Then you go back to the post, to the rhythm. You swing again, not with anger, with discipline. You feel your movements tightening, not perfect, but better. Your hits sound different now, less wild, more controlled. The post is still standing, of course, but so are you, and sometimes that is enough. Someone drops a weapon nearby with a loud clatter followed by a muttered curse. You glance over, just briefly, then you keep going. Everyone here is dealing with something. You return to your work, to the sand, the sweat, the sound of training. The yard asks for everything you have, and you give it, because this is where gladiators are made, or broken, often both. Even here there are rules, not for kindness, but for control. You do not fight like a street brawl. You fight with technique, with form, with an understanding of what the crowd wants to see. You learn when to attack, when to pause, when to show skill. Rome sells spectacle, and you are part athlete, part performer, part warning label. There is a system to everything. The way you hold your weapon, the way you enter the arena, the way you fall when hit. You are not here to be wild. You are here to be effective, to be presentable, to be profitable. The lanista reminds you that the crowd does not pay to watch chaos. They pay to watch talent. Violence is expected, but it has to be elegant, predictable enough to cheer for, dangerous enough to be thrilling. You are trained to deliver both. The rules vary depending on the match, the venue, and the mood of whoever is in charge that day. Sometimes it is to first blood, sometimes to surrender, sometimes until someone stops breathing. You do not get to choose which, but the structure remains. You cannot kill someone after they fall. You cannot attack before the signal. You cannot refuse to fight unless you are prepared for punishment worse than the match itself. Discipline is what separates you from the mobs outside the arena. That, and significantly more core strength. The doctor drills it into you. Control your strikes, control your breathing. Show strength, yes, but also awareness. A skilled fighter who knows when to pause, when to make the crowd lean forward, earns more than the one who flails like a panicked chicken. The best gladiators are performers, artists in armour. Their blood is real, but their timing is stage-worthy. You are learning that now, whether you wanted to or not. You spar and a trainer stops you mid-swing. Too fast, no pause. The crowd won't follow. You reset. Try again. This time, a feint first, then a strike. It feels theatrical. It feels fake. But when you land the blow and hear a low grunt of approval, you start to understand. This is not just about winning. It is about being watched. And being watched means you are remembered. And being remembered means you might live longer. Discipline also means knowing when to lose. Sometimes the match is arranged. Sometimes one of you is meant to win. If it is not you, then you're expected to fall with grace, without complaint, and make the other man look good. Pride will not save you. Following the script might. The crowd will not know. Or if they do, they will not care. They just want a show. You start to learn how to read a crowd, when they lean in, when they grow quiet, when they cheer for blood and when they cheer for mercy. You learn that hesitation is punished, but so is rushing. You learn that the man who bows before the match and dies well after it is often spoken of longer than the one who survives by stumbling through it. Reputation matters here, almost as much as skill. And behind all this, there is the rule that matters most. Stay useful. If you cannot follow the system, you are not entertaining. If you are not entertaining, you are a problem. And problems in Rome are dealt with quickly and often permanently. You fight to survive, but you also perform to survive. So you listen, you learn, you adjust. And as strange as it is, you begin to enjoy the structure, the rituals, the strange logic of controlled violence. Because in a world that demands your blood, it is comforting to know there is at least a rhythm to when and how they want it spilled. At some point there is a break, and you sit down, breathing hard, trying to recover without collapsing like a dropped loaf of bread. Someone offers a joke. Someone offers advice. Someone offers silence. You feel the ache in your shoulders and the sand on your skin. Rest is brief, because the schedule is a machine, and you're inside it. You sit on the edge of the training yard, legs out, elbows resting on your knees. Your chest rises and falls like bellows, and you wonder if your lungs are staging a quiet protest. The ground is warm, the sun higher now, and every part of you feels slightly cooked. You wipe sweat from your face with your forearm, which is a little like trying to dry a wet towel using a second wet towel. Around you, other fighters are sprawled in the sand like exhausted animals pretending they are still proud. Some lie flat, some sit hunched. A few stretch with the haunted look of men who know what comes next. One guy leans against a post, staring at nothing in particular, like he's doing complicated math in his head. Another sharpens a wooden practice blade, because apparently he does not believe in relaxing. You hear someone laugh, a real laugh, short and dry, like a man who just remembered something stupid from a past life. A trainer yells something in the distance, but it's not directed at you, so you pretend not to hear it. A few men murmur to each other. A few sip water from a shared jug. No one talks much. Not because you are not allowed to, just because no one has the energy. Your legs are twitching from the morning drills. Your forearms are tight. Your lower back feels like it wants to be a full-time complaint. You stretch a little, but it feels more like rearranging the pain than relieving it. You take a deep breath. The air tastes like dust and old sweat with a faint aftertaste of humility. The break is not long. You know that. Everyone knows that. It is just enough time to let your body cool down slightly and your brain reboot. It is not designed to restore you. It is designed to make sure you don't pass out in the middle of your next drill. In the world of gladiators, recovery is more of a theory than a policy. You take a sip of water. It is warm and shared, but it helps. You look up at the sky, where the sun is already judging you. You wonder if you are halfway through the day, but you know the truth. You are not even close. This is the mid-morning break. The first pause. The first cruel reminder that time is moving, but not moving fast enough. You think about food. Not because you are hungry yet, but because imagining lunch is the emotional support you need. Barley and beans never sounded so good. You think about a bath. A real one. Maybe with oil and scraping and less sand. You think about sleeping for 3 days in a row. But you also know that in about 5 minutes, you will be holding a weapon again, pretending to feel fine. A trainer claps his hands. The break is over. The yard begins to move again. Men rise slowly, like old statues being convinced to walk. You groan without meaning to. Your knees crack. Your arms feel like they belong to someone else. Someone you do not like very much. You stand up, not because you want to, but because the machine is still running, and you are still inside it. Bruised, sweaty, and very aware that this was the easiest part of the day. You look around at the other gladiators, and you see rivals, brothers, strangers, and mirrors. Many of you come from different places, different languages, different lives. Yet here you share routine, pain, and the weird closeness of training side by side. In another world you might have been neighbours. In this one you might one day be paired to fight, which adds a thrilling edge to small talk. There is a strange honesty in sweat. When you train beside someone long enough, watching them stumble, bleed, or weep silently into their barley, you stop seeing their past and start seeing their present. Not the name they gave when they arrived. Not the reason they ended up here. Just the version of them who is still standing at the end of the drill, and they see you the same way. Nobody brags much. You cannot fake strength when everyone saw you drop your sword during footwork. You cannot bluff toughness when someone watched you flinch at the mention of your next match. Pride runs off in the sweat. What stays is respect. It grows quietly, the way moss grows on stone. You do not notice it right away. But it becomes something solid. Some bonds form quickly. You share a joke with the man next to you, even if you barely speak the same language. Someone shares half a dried fig without being asked. Another man helps you adjust your gear when your strap breaks. Small kindnesses born from shared misery. Nobody here has much to give, but they give what they can. A glance, a grunt, A nod that says, I saw that too and it was terrible, but we are still here. But not everyone is friendly. Some are silent. Others hold resentment like a blade they cannot put down. One man believes the trainers favour someone else. Another pushes too hard in every drill because he knows there is nowhere left for him to go. There are rivalries, and always quietly, there is the truth that one day you might face each other in the sand. One of you might not walk away. You think about that. The idea that the man who just shared water with you might one day be holding a sword pointed at your chest. You wonder what you would do. Then you wonder what he would. Then you stop thinking about it because your trainer is yelling again and your stance is still wrong. There is freedom in the honesty of this place. You do not have to be liked. You do not have to be charming. These men are not here to make friends. They are here to survive. And that shared goal, that quiet understanding, forms something stronger than most friendships built on comfort ever could. You do not need to know a man's story to appreciate the way he helped you up after a bad fall. You do not need a shared childhood to understand the look in his eyes when he finally lands a clean strike. You just need to keep showing up. And so do they. The Lanista watches all of it. The alliances, the tensions, the loyalty. Sometimes he encourages it. Sometimes he cuts it off. He does not want you too close, but not too distant either. A little competition keeps you sharp. Too much, and it becomes a problem. Problems are handled quickly, so you share what you can. A drink of water, a joke, a moment of quiet. You all train on the same dirt under the same sun, bruised and sore and hoping for another tomorrow. You are not friends, not exactly, but you are not alone. And in this place, that counts for more than you ever expected. Lunch arrives, and once again you meet your old friend Barley and Legumes. It is not glamorous, but it is fuel. You eat slowly, listening to the small sounds of the school, footsteps, chatter, a distant clank of metal. In a strange way, this plain food becomes comforting because it means today is still normal, and normal means you are still alive. The bowl is warm in your hands and the smell is exactly what you expect. Earthy, a little bitter, like boiled effort. Barley, cooked until soft but still somehow a challenge. Beans, doing their best. If you're lucky, there is a hint of olive oil or a vague leaf pretending to be seasoning, but it is food. It is hot. It works. You chew slowly. Your jaw is tired from training and from being part of a body that has been flung around all morning. A man nearby slurps with the enthusiasm of someone who has stopped imagining meals with flavour. Another man stares into his bowl like he is hoping for a plot twist. No one rushes. There is nothing waiting on the other side of this meal except more sweat and repetition. Lunch does not mark the halfway point in time, but in spirit. It is the checkpoint. If you are eating, you made it through the first half of the day without collapsing. That is a quiet win. You feel your arms pulsing, your legs tired, and your back whispering threats. But you are sitting. You are upright, and you are eating barley again. This, apparently, is what victory looks like. The group around you chews in silence. Occasionally someone mumbles a comment about the drills, a sore joint, or how many blisters have joined the party since morning. These are not real conversations, just the noises humans make to remind each other they still exist. Somewhere nearby, metal scrapes on stone. A dog barks once and is told off by a sharp voice. The sun beats down with unnecessary confidence. You shift in place, trying to find a comfortable position on ground that is entirely too sandy to be considered seating. You wipe the last of the beans with a crust of bread. The bread is not so much stale as committed to its crunch. You chew it anyway, because it is either this or chewing on your own regrets. A man next to you lets out a sigh that turns into a burp, then shrugs without apology. You respond with your own shrug. No one is judging. Everyone is digesting. A few men lie down on the ground, arms behind heads, eyes half closed. One hums quietly. One mutters something in a language you do not know. You sit still for another moment, letting your stomach decide if it wants to accept what just happened. Then you dust your hands off on your tunic and slowly rise. There is a rhythm to this, a strange peace. The food is bad, but it is predictable. In a place where so much is uncertain, a bowl of barley and beans feels almost luxurious. You know what it is. You know what comes next. You are not special, but you are full. You carry your bowl back, place it with the others, and stretch until your spine makes a noise that is either approval or warning. You roll your shoulders, flex your fingers. The break is ending. You can feel it in the air like the calm before an incoming sandstorm. After eating, there is a moment where the body insists on rest. You lie down, or sit, or lean against a wall, and your eyelids get heavy. You can hear others settling too, the soft human noises of a place full of tired men. This is not luxury, but it is recovery, and recovery is survival. You drift for a few minutes, as if sleep is a small rebellion you're allowed to have. The spot you choose is whatever piece of ground doesn't poke back. A bit of shade, maybe a crack in the wall that blocks the sun, maybe just the ground next to where you finished eating. There are no pillows, no mats, just dirt, a wall and gravity working together to help you forget, just briefly, that your legs still feel like overcooked rope. You shift until your spine complains a little less, and your head stops lolling. Around you, others are collapsing into similar positions. One lies flat on his back, arms flung out like a man who has given up on dignity. Another curls into himself, head resting on folded arms. Someone snores. Someone else swears at him, then immediately falls asleep anyway. This isn't sleep the way you remember it. This is functional unconsciousness. A pause. A moment to pretend your body is a place you'd like to live again someday. The kind of rest that doesn't heal but just slows the damage. And yet, it works. In a strange way, it helps. You hear the quiet sounds of other people trying to pretend they are somewhere else. A cough, the scrape of a sandal against stone, breathing, always breathing, slow, rhythmic, like waves on a beach you will probably never see again. It is peaceful, ugly, human. You drift but do not dream. Just float. Thought dissolves. You are still aware of the heat, the way the sun shifts slightly on your face, the pressure of your gear digging into your ribs, but it all becomes background, like being underwater, or listening to a story that someone else is in. Your mind wanders, not far, just enough to bump into things you forgot you remembered. A girl who once handed you bread, a dog that used to follow you home, the sound of waves, your first fight, the first time you realized a helmet makes breathing harder. Your brain flips through these things like a bored librarian, not stopping for long, not needing meaning. Eventually time catches up. A shadow moves. A man groans. Somewhere, a voice yells. You open one eye, blink, then both. Your body feels heavier, but also slightly less cursed. You stretch, if you're brave, and your joints argue about it. Then, slowly, you sit up. No one says anything right away. This is the most sacred silence you get. One man grunts as he stands. Another pops his neck with a noise like splitting wood. You nod at no one in particular because acknowledging that rest happened is the closest thing you get to gratitude around here. You brush dirt from your arm. Your shirt sticks to your back. There is still sand in your boot, but for a few minutes you forgot about all of that. You were just a person. Now you remember. You are not just a person. You are a gladiator. Later, bathing enters the schedule because sweat is constant and hygiene is practical, even if privacy is not. Water is poured, sweat is scraped, oil is rubbed on, and you try to act like this is all completely normal. In Rome, bathing culture is important, and athletes often use oil and a scraper to clean the skin. You relax into it, because you cannot be tense forever, and because your muscles are basically begging for mercy. You begin by stripping down in a room that does not care about modesty. There are no curtains, no partitions, just you and a collection of equally tired men trying not to make eye contact, while applying olive oil to their own shoulders. This is not intimacy, it is logistics. Everyone smells, everyone aches, and everyone wants to be less sticky. The oil goes on first. It is not fancy. It is not scented. It is not part of a spa experience. It is just plain olive oil, rubbed into the skin to lift off the grime. You massage it into your arms, chest, legs, anywhere you feel like a layer of salt and regret has formed. Your hands slide over bruises, tight spots, old scrapes. Everything hurts a little, but in a way that feels like maintenance, not collapse. Then comes the striggle, a curved metal scraper that looks like something you would use on a horse. You run it along your skin, scraping off the oil, the sweat, the dust, and whatever else has glued itself to your body during training. It is not painful, exactly, but it is intense. Like exfoliating with a kitchen utensil. You scrape your chest, arms, back if you can reach it, legs. You do it quickly, because lingering makes it weird and you are already too aware of how many eyes are in the room. The water is poured after, lukewarm at best, cold if you are unlucky. You stand there as someone tips a jug over you, and you gasp a little, but you let it happen. The water runs down your back, washing away whatever the scraper left behind. It feels like rinsing off a layer of battle. You are still sore, still stiff, but now you are clean. Some men joke during the process. Others stay silent. The lanista watches, or doesn't. It does not matter. Bathing is part of the routine, not a treat, not a reward, just another function of staying alive and presentable enough to be publicly bruised in front of an audience. You towel off with a cloth that might have once been soft. It now has the consistency of old rope. You dry quickly, patting more than rubbing, because your skin is tired and your patience is thinner than your sandals. Once dry, you reapply a small layer of oil, this time for your skin to hold on to some softness before the next round of grit and combat. You dress again in your tunic, which now feels slightly less gross. Not clean exactly, just less hostile. Your body feels lighter, not by much, but enough to move without the sensation of being dipped in glue. The act of scraping and rinsing has shaken off the outer crust of exhaustion. You step out into the open air again, skin tingling, muscles loosening, the faint scent of olive oil trailing behind you like a very mild cologne. You are still sore, still sunburned in places, but something in you has reset. A quiet refresh. and for a brief moment before someone shouts the next command, you feel like you might be human again. Someone works on your sore limbs, kneading muscles that feel like they have been punished by an angry god. You discover bruises you did not notice earlier, hidden under adrenaline. You feel the tenderness, the swelling, the small, sharp pains. It is strangely intimate, this care, surrounded by hard routine. You wonder if the person massaging you ever gets tired of touching other people's suffering. You lie face down on a worn mat that smells like every man who has ever sweated on it, which is to say, history. The air is heavy with the scent of oil, skin, and whatever passed for antiseptic in the 1st century. You hear joints cracking like kindling nearby, and someone muttering a prayer to the gods of muscle recovery. You try not to think about the smell, or the bruises, or the fact that your legs are no longer responding to simple commands like hold still. The hands begin at your shoulders. They are experienced, not gentle, just efficient. Fingers dig into knots like they are trying to excavate lost Roman coins. Every press sends a signal to your brain that you are, in fact, not okay. You breathe out slowly, trying not to make embarrassing noises while your back is being flattened like bread dough. They move down your arms. You feel tenderness where you did not remember getting hit, probably from blocking wrong or breathing too hard in the wrong direction. Your biceps twitch, your elbows click. You do not ask questions. You let it happen. There is no modesty left to protect, just the hope that your body will be slightly more functional by the time someone starts yelling again. Your ribs get attention next, which is bold, considering one of them might be cracked. The pressure makes you see stars, but you say nothing, because pain is normal, and you do not want to be the guy who cries during what is technically a kindness. Then the legs, the thighs are the worst. All the running, bracing, lunging, squatting, falling. Your muscles react like startled animals. The masseur works methodically, thumbs grinding into places that protest in ancient Latin. You consider biting your own hand. Instead, you stare at the floor and try to think about beans. Cold, safe, non-threatening beans. They finish with your calves, which are somehow both numb and on fire. You do not understand how that's possible. You just know it is true. The hands slow, then stop. You are not fixed, but you are adjusted. Like a bent piece of metal hammered mostly back into shape. You sit up slowly. Your body feels looser, but not lighter. The bruises are still there, but you are more aware of them now. A constellation of regret mapped across your limbs. You thank the masseur with a nod, which is about all you can manage. They nod back, already turning to the next person, as if your suffering was just another entry in the day's schedule, which it was. You stretch, cautiously. Some things pop, others squish. Nothing screams. That is considered progress. You glance at the others around you, some limping in, others limping out. This is just part of the cycle. Strain, soreness, repair, repeat. You dress again, slowly, like your body is a puzzle that you have to solve in the correct order or risk collapsing. The massage was not relaxing. It was not even pleasant, but it helped, just enough. And now, bruised but upright, you are ready to return to what the rest of the day demands, which is, unfortunately, probably more bruises. But at least now you know where they all are. The afternoon brings more drills, more repetition, more correction. Your arms feel heavier, your legs feel less interested in obeying. Yet you keep moving, because stopping is not a choice you can comfortably make. The trainer watches, and you focus on breathing, on rhythm, on small improvements. It is like learning to be calm while a storm is trying to live inside your chest. The sun is higher now, hotter, and far too smug about it. The sand beneath your feet has gone from mildly uncomfortable to fully committed oven tray. Each step is gritty resistance training. You sweat more than you thought a human could. Then you sweat beyond that. And still, the drills continue. Form, form, form. Footwork, pivot, strike, again. The doctor shouts corrections like a man conducting a very aggressive orchestra. Your stance is too wide. Your swing is lazy. Your shield arm is dragging. You take it all in, nodding, adjusting, pushing. You would argue, but he is right. And also he is holding a stick. The wooden post becomes your opponent. You hit it again and again, trying to make the motion smoother. Less panic, more purpose. It does not hit back, but it judges silently with every thud. You lose count of how many times you strike. Numbers become feelings. 10 swings becomes fatigue. 20 becomes fire in your shoulders. 30 becomes automatic. The other trainees around you move like shadows of yourself, all struggling, all sweating, all focused. There is very little ego here, not because people are humble, but because there is no time for it. The sand humbles everyone equally. You rotate through drills, partner exercises, defensive maneuvers, practicing falls that feel real enough to bruise even when they are done correctly. You block, you lunge, you get corrected, you try again, you block better, you lunge with less panic, you still get corrected. Sometimes your mind wanders, not far, just to the idea of not doing this. Sitting under a tree, being a fisherman, becoming a statue, anything that involves fewer commands and less sand in your teeth. But then someone yells your name, and you are back in it, swinging wood like your life depends on it. Because someday it might. Breaks come in short bursts. Water is passed around like treasure. You gulp it like you forgot how good swallowing feels. Someone jokes that they miss barley porridge. Someone else immediately questions their sanity. You all laugh for 5 seconds, then return to the drill. The weapons get heavier, or maybe your arms get weaker. Either way, you start to feel like a puppet with tangled strings, but you keep going. That is the only rule. Do not stop. Rest later. Regret later. For now, move. Eventually there is sparring. Just light contact. Controlled practice. But even this is enough to remind you how hard helmets are, how shields bite, how fast a mistake can arrive. You try to remember the drills. You apply what you can. You forget the rest. Sometimes you block. Sometimes you don't. Double sessions are not designed for fun. They are designed to build something out of you that can stand in an arena without falling apart. You are not there yet, but you are closer, and still conscious. Which, at this point in the day, is basically a medal. Somewhere between strikes and steps, you learn the quieter skill, how to keep your face calm even when your thoughts are not. Fear exists, of course it does, but panic wastes energy, and energy is everything. You practice looking steady, breathing steady, moving steady, like you are convincing your own mind that this is manageable. It is the ancient version of telling yourself you are fine while your calendar is on fire. It starts small, a tight chest when the trainer calls your name, a cold bloom in your stomach when you square up to spar with someone who once broke a helmet. Your brain whispers things you do not want to hear. You tell it to wait its turn. Then you breathe. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Again. That is your first shield. Breath. You watch others too. how they mask it. One guy clenches his jaw until his face looks carved. Another smiles too wide, the kind of smile people wear when they are not okay. One mumbles to himself between drills. Maybe prayers, maybe curses, maybe both. Fear has 1,000 faces, and in this place most of them are sunburned. You learn the value of routines, touching your weapon the same way before every drill, standing with your feet a certain way, rolling your shoulders before sparring, tiny things, meaningless, except that they keep your mind from sprinting into the future where you trip and die dramatically in front of 20,000 people. Rituals matter. They give your brain a leash. The doctor, he talks about composure more than victory. He says a gladiator who looks calm is already halfway to winning. He says fear is like fire. It can warm you or burn you. Your job is to make it useful. You nod like you understand, even if part of you still wants to hide behind the nearest wall until retirement. In sparring, you start to feel it. The edge, the line between being alert and being overwhelmed. You mess up once and get a shield to the ribs. It hurts. Not bad, just enough to remind you. So next time, you breathe. You stay grounded. You see it coming and step out of the way. It is not magic. It is management. Mental crowd control. Between sessions, you sit with the others and listen. Not just to jokes and complaints, but to the way they describe matches. Not the fight, but the feeling. How they kept their heart rate down. How they waited for the other man to blink. How fear made them faster, sharper, or how it made them swing too wide and miss. Everyone has a story. Everyone has a moment they almost lost the fight in their own head. You practice visualization, not because you are some ancient wellness guru, but because imagining success is sometimes the only success you are going to get that day. You picture your stance, your timing, the sound of the crowd when you land a perfect hit. You make it real in your mind so it has a chance of being real in your body. You are not fearless. That is a lie people tell after they survive. You are just better at hiding it, at folding it neatly and putting it in your tunic pocket, where it cannot chew through your legs while you are trying to stand still. In a world like this, people cling to rituals. A charm, a whispered prayer, a small gesture before training. You hear names of gods, you see little offerings. You watch men do the same routine every day, as if it can bargain with fate. You do not laugh, not really. When the stakes are high, everyone becomes a little spiritual, even the guy who claims he is too tough for anything. It begins with small things. Someone taps their helmet 3 times before stepping onto the practice yard. Another tucks a folded piece of cloth into their belt, once part of a tunic worn by a brother who did not return. There is a man who mutters to Jupiter before every swing, like the king of the gods is also keeping score in sparring matches. Even you start to fall into habits. At first they are unconscious. You notice you tie your sandals the same way every morning. You always touch your chest once before a strike. Maybe it is just comfort. Maybe it is desperation wrapped in routine. You do not question it. Not anymore. There are statues tucked into corners, small ones, worn by time and weather. Mars, of course, god of war, but also Fortuna, because luck matters more than anyone wants to admit. Hercules, because strength needs stories. Even Mercury, in case you need speed and a good trade with the afterlife. You learn that the Lannister burns incense in the morning. You never see it, but the smell clings faintly to the hallway. Someone scrapes a coin along the wall before big matches. Another ties red thread around his wrist. No one talks about it openly like it would break the spell. The medicus has a pendant he wears under his tunic. He never explains it. He just touches it once before every treatment. It makes you feel slightly better. Not safer, but better. Like at least someone is trying to keep the balance. Food offerings are left near doorways. Crumbs of bread, bits of dried fruit, a splash of wine that could have been drunk but wasn't. Sometimes it is just the gesture. Sometimes it is all someone can afford. You see a man give away his last fig and then go down hard in training. The next day, someone gives 2 figs, just in case. Before matches, the tension rises. Men pray in corners, lips moving fast. Some go quiet. Others get louder, laughing too hard, talking too fast, trying to scare away whatever invisible thing might be circling above their heads. You join in. A short sentence to a god you barely understand. You say it under your breath, more out of respect for the silence than belief, but you say it. No one talks about what happens when the prayers fail. About the man who never came back. About the charm found broken. About the offering that was missed. You just remember the names, the little tokens, the routines, and you do them again. Because whether it works or not, you feel better with it. Not protected exactly, just accompanied, like maybe someone is watching, and if that someone is bored or busy or questionable in moral alignment, at least they might notice if you make enough noise. So you keep tapping your helmet, keep whispering the same words, keep pretending that a red thread is stronger than a sword. Because in the world you live in, you need all the help you can get. You hear that the talk around you shifts quietly at first about upcoming games, upcoming matches, names whispered like weather forecasts. Someone says the word arena and the room changes temperature. You try to act casual like you are hearing about a party you might attend. Inside, your mind starts planning, imagining sand, noise, the smell of blood, the pressure of thousands of eyes. You keep your face calm because that is also part of training. It starts with rumour, a name dropped during cleanup, a merchant seen passing through town, a shipment of wine arriving early. All of it could mean one thing. There will be games. Maybe not here. Maybe in the city nearby. Maybe further. But close enough to involve you. The Lannister says nothing at first. He watches, listens, probably already knows. The man could sell a secret to a wall and still charge rent. But eventually word slips. The schedule is real. The list is forming. Fighters are being chosen. You hear your name in a sentence you wish had stopped one word sooner. A nod, a raised eyebrow, a grunt of sympathy. You are not confirmed, but you are in the wind now, floating toward the possibility of performance. Your mind does what minds do. It jumps ahead. You imagine your opponent. Big, fast, possibly both. You imagine the crowd, loud, hungry. You picture yourself walking through the tunnel, stepping into the light, the heat, the sound. Your hands sweat. You clench your jaw. You breathe through it. Someone offers advice. Do not tense your shoulders. Move early. Watch the hips, not the hands. All good tips. All things you already knew and immediately forgot. Someone else makes a joke. You laugh too hard because laughter is easier than acknowledging the countdown has quietly begun. You train harder. Not because you want to, because you must. Each swing has more weight. Every mistake feels sharper. Your focus narrows. The yard feels smaller. Time feels shorter. Your mind keeps you busy, not panicked. Not yet. Just busy. Your thoughts stack up. What will you wear? Who will you face? Will they cheer? Will they boo? Will they remember your name or just the outcome? The men who have fought before say very little. One of them puts a hand on your shoulder just once, then walks away. That is the closest thing to reassurance you will get, and it is enough, because you know that silence is full of memory. You start paying attention to things you ignored before, the grip on your training sword, the balance of your step, the edge of your peripheral vision. You are searching for something, a pattern, an edge, a clue that you are ready. Burr, you are not. No one is. But you fake it. Because the arena does not care how you feel. It only asks if you can stand up when the gate opens. Days pass. The list becomes official. Your name is on it. It is there, in ink. You stare at it like it might blink, like it might change its mind. It does not. You nod to yourself. No one else sees. No one needs to. The games are coming. You are going. And you are not ready. But you are going anyway. Because that is the job. Because that is the system. Because now someone has mentioned your next fight. And that changes everything. You are reminded that gladiators can become popular, even adored, despite their low social status and the fact that polite society pretends not to take you seriously. People might bet on you, cheer for you, send gifts, talk about you at dinner. It is fame with a sharp edge, because the same crowd that loves you also demands spectacle. Imagine being celebrated at work while everyone is also fine with your job being lethal. That is Rome smiling. It begins with rumours again, a whisper that a sponsor is coming to visit the Ludus, a name you barely recognise, a senator's nephew, a merchant with money, someone who wants to be associated with blood without actually spilling any. You tidy up your kit, you wipe the sweat off your face, you stand a little straighter. Even in chains, image matters. The sponsor arrives in robes that cost more than your freedom. He surveys the yard like a man shopping for shoes. You are not supposed to stare, but you watch from the side of your eye. He speaks with the lanista. They both laugh. You wonder if the joke was about you. There is talk of matching colours, of silk banners, of painted shields, of names and branding, because why die anonymously when you can die as part of someone's marketing plan? The sponsor picks a few names. Yours is among them. You feel proud. Then you feel something colder than pride. The crowd is another beast entirely. You are told that they remember fighters, that they chant for favourites, that they throw roses and coins, that they scream for blood with the joy of children watching fireworks. You are not just fighting, you are performing. Every step, every swing, every fall, all of it is part of a story they paid to see. You hear stories of gladiators who become famous, who get fan letters in the form of carved wax tablets, who get perfumes and love notes and baskets of bread. Some even get freedom eventually, bought by rich admirers or earned through enough victories. You also hear about the ones who got too confident and died while waving at the crowd. Fame in the arena is a little like fame in a restaurant kitchen. People love the result. They just do not care if the chef catches fire. You begin to notice how people look at you, the way your name is said with curiosity, the way your presence draws glances. You are not sure if it is admiration or a preemptive obituary. You start to feel the weight of your own reputation forming. You have not earned it yet, but it is arriving anyway. You wonder what your sponsor wants. Glory by association, political favour, a conversation starter at parties. You wonder if they would remember your name in a year, or if they would even notice if you did not come back. Still, you have to train harder, not just for survival, but because you know they are watching. Someone is always watching, and in Rome, being noticed is not nothing. The gear you wear may someday bear their colours. The shield might have a painted animal, a lion, an eagle, something noble and aggressive, a symbol that says this fighter belongs to someone important. Like a very muscular pet, you dream of cheers, of a crowd shouting your name, of victory. But you also dream of silence, of slipping beneath the sand with no applause. The same crowd that lifts you up can forget you in an afternoon. You are becoming a character in someone else's play, the hero, the underdog, the favourite, and you hope the script does not end too early, because in Rome fame is sharp, and you are holding it by the blade. Dinner arrives and the conversation gets louder, partly because food helps, and partly because humour is a shield. You hear jokes about training, about scars, about the Lannister's mood, about the strange rules of the world. Some jokes land, some are forced, some are clearly said to cover fear. You eat, you listen, you smile, and you notice how everyone avoids certain topics like tomorrow. The food is familiar. Barley again. Maybe some beans. A bit of onion if someone up top was feeling generous or bored. It is not a meal you savour. It is a meal you survive. But it is warm, and that counts. You chew without thinking, the rhythm of it as steady as breathing. Around the table the energy shifts. Bodies are tired, but voices pick up speed. Someone makes a crude joke about the doctor's favourite sandals. Someone else mimics the Lannister's walk. A third person pretends to narrate training like it is a tragic stage play. Laughter ripples. It is too loud for the joke, but just loud enough for the fear. You are not laughing because it is hilarious. You are laughing because it feels better than silence. There is a rhythm to this. Eat, joke, grunt, laugh. Sip water like it is wine. Poke fun at each other. Poke fun at the Empire. Poke fun at yourself, just enough to seem brave. It is part of the ritual. Like bandaging your hands or stretching your legs. Only now you are stretching your nerves. Someone shares a story from their home, a real one this time. Not a bit, not a joke, just a memory. It gets quiet, not awkward, just still. You feel something press against your ribs. It is not pain, it is homesickness, or something close enough to it that your chest gets tight. Then someone makes a joke about flatulence during sparring, and the tension cracks again. You are grateful for it. You are getting too close to thinking about things. You learn who tells the best stories, who eats the fastest, who stares into space like they are rehearsing their final words. You see which men joke hardest. They are usually the ones whose eyes are just a little too shiny when they laugh. You recognize the tone. It is the sound of trying not to break. You talk too, just enough to be part of the pack. You throw out a sarcastic comment. You exaggerate how bad your last sparring session was. You even make fun of your own footwork. They laugh. You feel lighter. Briefly. But no one mentions the list. No one says the word arena. Not directly. Someone almost does, then turns it into a joke about sandals again. Everyone gets it. No one calls them out. This is a place where understanding lives in subtext. The meal ends slowly. No rush. Everyone milks the time. This is the softest part of the day. And even though it is plain food on rough plates, it has the feeling of a feast just because everyone is still here. Still breathing. Still whole. You lean back against the wall, bowl empty, and exhale through your nose like an old man pretending he's satisfied. Someone else burps. Another man starts humming something off key and ancient. It sounds like home, or at least what home sounds like in a place where everything has been replaced with stone and sweat. You say nothing, you just sit there. Dinner ends and people start drifting. Some to bunk, some to walk, some to polish gear again, as if control lives in clean edges. No one says good night. That would sound too final. Instead, someone says, "Try not to fart in your sleep." And someone else laughs too hard. That is close enough. As the sun lowers, the ludus grows calmer, footsteps soften, voices drop, and the day's noise finally fades. This is when your thoughts arrive, fresh and uninvited. You think about home, if you have one, and about the arena, if it is coming soon. The quiet feels gentle, but it also feels like a mirror, and mirrors can be rude. You sit in your bunk or maybe lean against a warm stone wall, the last of the sunlight hitting your skin in a way that almost feels kind. For a moment, you let your shoulders drop. Your muscles are sore, your hands are raw, your ribs still ache from a training blow that landed just a bit too hard. But right now, nothing is expected of you. Not until morning. This is the closest thing you get to peace. Some men talk in hushed tones, stories from childhood if they remember it, women they knew, a sibling, a goat. Someone makes a joke about missing a dog more than an ex-wife. It gets a chuckle, then quiet again. It is as if everyone agreed not to speak above a certain volume, not out loud. You think about the arena again. You try not to, but it sneaks in. What it will feel like underfoot. What the crowd will sound like. If your opponent will be someone you know, you wonder how many more evenings like this you will have. Not because you feel doomed, just because you understand how fast things change when your profession includes the phrase deadly outcomes. There is a calm to the school now that feels almost sacred. You hear someone sharpening a blade in the distance, slow and steady. You hear someone else coughing in the rhythm of a man who has trained too long on cold mornings. A few others pray under their breath. You do not know which gods they favour. It does not matter. You think maybe any god willing to listen is good enough. You remember something from home, a smell, a song, the shape of a doorway. It does not hurt exactly, but it pulls at something. You let the memory sit with you for a bit, then let it go. It is too heavy to carry into tomorrow. A few of the older gladiators clean their gear with the patience of men who know how little they control. You watch one of them hum as he polishes a greave, like this is just another chore. Like polishing armour is the same as brushing your teeth or folding laundry. There is comfort in the ritual. You realize you could eat some more, but you also know there is nothing more to eat. Rome feeds you just enough to keep the muscles working and the heart beating. That is the deal. You shift, adjusting a wrapped wrist, and wince slightly. The pain is dull now, familiar. You take a deep breath, and the air smells of oil, leather, and dust. Not sweet, but real. Someone down the hall snores. Someone else is already muttering in sleep. The world is settling. You close your eyes for a moment and try not to count the things you miss. It is easier to focus on what you have. A blanket, a place to rest, a little quiet, a few hours where no one is shouting your name or handing you a weapon. You will sleep soon. But for now, you just sit in the lull, letting your mind wander because for once it is allowed to. And in this silence, you almost feel human again. You realize again that rest here is communal, close, and practical. You lie down on simple bedding, in a room that holds other breathing bodies. The sounds are familiar now. Sighs, shifting straw, distant murmurs. You find a position that hurts the least, which is the ancient version of luxury. You settle in because the body will take sleep wherever it can find it. The bedding is not soft. It is not even really bedding. It is a mat, or maybe just a worn cloth over something that used to be straw. It smells like effort and time. Still, your body sinks into it like a deal has been made. You give me a place to collapse, and I will try not to complain. You are not alone. That is the defining feature of life here. Never alone. There are other men breathing in the same room, filling the air with the quiet proof that everyone survived the day. Some are already drifting off, their breath slowing, their limbs finally allowed to sprawl. Others are shifting, trying to find a position that does not press on a bruise or a bad memory. Privacy is not a thing. Not in the way you once imagined it. If you turn your head, you see someone else. If you speak, someone hears. If you snore, someone knows. You learn to exist in shared space. You learn to dream in public. Someone is humming. A low tune, no words. It is barely audible, like a memory of music. You do not recognize the melody, but it makes something in your chest feel warm. Or maybe that is just fatigue reaching spiritual levels. You stretch your toes and wince. Your calf cramps a little, then releases. Your ribs complain when you breathe too deep. This is the nightly ritual. A gentle inventory of what hurts, what still works, and what might surprise you tomorrow by not working at all. You listen. A foot shifts. Someone lets out a breath like they have been holding it all day. One man mutters something in a language you do not know. Another coughs twice, then stops. The sounds of sleep, or the things that come right before it. There is no candlelight, no fire crackling romantically in a corner, just shadows. Just the occasional gleam of moonlight catching on a piece of armor hanging nearby. This is not a place built for aesthetics. It is built for function. Rest is part of training. Recovery is part of survival. The room understands that, even if the mattress does not. You let your mind wander, just a little. You do not let it go far. It tries to ask big questions. You do not answer. You give it something smaller, like the memory of your first day here, or the way barley always sticks to your teeth, or the sound of the sand under your sandals when you're the only one walking. Your eyes close, but not fully. You hover between wakefulness and rest. Someone rolls over. The straw rustles. You feel the weight of the day leaving your limbs, like a slow tide pulling away from the shore. You're too tired to fight it. There is no blanket ceremony, no goodnight kiss. Just gravity, shared air, and the fragile peace of not being needed for a few hours. You shift once more. Find the least painful way to exist. Your breathing slows. And finally, despite the noise, despite the bruises, despite the room full of strangers, you begin to sleep. It is not comfort, but it is enough. You drift into half-dream. The arena appears bright and loud, even in the dark behind your eyelids. You hear the crowd. You feel the weight of the helmet. You sense the sand underfoot. Your mind rehearses, because it thinks it is helping, and because it does not understand the concept of a quiet night. You breathe slowly, letting the dream soften, letting the noise fade into something distant. But it keeps returning. You do not mean to invite it. You're not planning. You're not strategizing. But somehow the image comes back, again and again, like a stubborn pop-up in your mental browser. The crowd rising like a tide. the sun blazing overhead, your fingers clenching around a sword hilt. There is no script in these dreams, just the overwhelming sense that everything matters. Your body is still in the sleeping room, you know that, but your thoughts are pacing in circles, shadowboxing with imaginary opponents. You replay footwork drills, even though your legs are trying to recover. You feel the sensation of impact, as if muscle memory has followed you into unconsciousness. Your shoulder twitches like it is still blocking a strike that hasn't happened yet. Your back tightens against the memory of armor. You try to steer the dream towards something else, a breeze, a field, maybe a kitchen, maybe your mother's voice, or at least your best guess at what that sounded like. A warm place, a safe place, somewhere your name is not shouted by strangers who want blood, but your mind is stubborn. It has latched onto the shape of the arena like it is your destiny, not just your job. It circles it, again and again, like a moth circling a torch. Sometimes the applause is for you, sometimes it is not. Sometimes the dream crowd cheers your name. Sometimes they shout for someone else. Sometimes they boo. You cannot always tell the difference between real fear and rehearsal fear. They both feel sharp behind your ribs, and either way, your feet keep moving, your hand keeps reaching for a weapon. You shift in your sleep. A man nearby mutters something unintelligible. Someone snores gently, a small reminder that other lives are still being lived beside yours. You are still here, still among the breathing, but your subconscious is already halfway through tomorrow's opening act. It builds a scenario, a faceless opponent, a shield raised, a feint, a swing, a cheer, a silence. You do not know who wins. Your dream never gets that far. It only repeats the beginning, over and over, like an old song with no second verse. Your brain keeps hitting play. You feel your jaw tighten. You feel the dream sweat start to form, even though you are not moving. You breathe in slowly, trying to reset, trying to remind yourself this is not real, not yet. You shift again. The straw beneath you rustles, your shoulder complains, your fingers twitch. Your body is sore, but still. Your thoughts are not. Eventually the dream loses its grip. It softens into fog. The sand becomes water. The sword becomes a stick. The crowd becomes wind. And for a few minutes, maybe longer, maybe less, you sleep without rehearsal. You do not know what happens then. Maybe your brain switches to something kinder, a face you miss, a laugh, a breeze, the smell of bread, or maybe it gives you nothing at all, just darkness and silence, a pause, a gift. This kind of sleep does not last long, but when you have it, you take it. You do not ask questions. You do not push for more. You just breathe and let the dream do whatever it wants. You're still here, and that, for tonight, is everything. And just like that, we leave the world of sand, sweat, and roaring crowds behind. But Rome is still Rome, always watching, always ranking, always whispering, turning even ordinary life into a performance. Now the survival test gets quieter and somehow sharper. Welcome to dating in ancient Rome, where you'll need charm, caution, and a strong tolerance for social games, because one careless word can travel farther than you ever will. Here, the danger isn't physical, it's social, and in Rome, social mistakes have a habit of sticking around. Let's begin. Your first brush with romance begins before you can even crawl. You've just been born, and your parents are already eyeing the neighbour's toddler like they're eyeing livestock. Marriage, in Rome, is a long game. and you're a playing piece in a very strategic game of political Jenga. To you, life is a blur of naps, grapes mashed by other people, and trying to not fall off a lap. But to your parents, you're already a bargaining chip wrapped in swaddling cloth. The moment someone mentions a senator's new granddaughter, your mother perks up like a wolf spotting a limping goat. The matchmaking starts early. Not romantic matchmaking, strategic matchmaking. You are, after all, part of a respectable Roman family, or at least a family that would very much like to be. Every social gathering becomes a covert engagement fair. The dinner party isn't about food, it's about casually asking, "How old is your son now? Is he betrothed yet?" With a smile that hides the glint of competition. Families don't just want connections, they want upward mobility. A wedding is not about hearts and fireworks. It is about estates, names, and making sure your family doesn't end up poor and obscure with only a half-decent mosaic to remember you by. You, meanwhile, are busy eating sand and trying to walk in a tunic that feels like a tablecloth. You have no idea that someone just made an informal promise to marry you off to the governor's niece. You barely understand how doors work. But to adults, you're already part of a deal. A future sealed with a handshake over wine and suspiciously silent eye contact. The best part is that these arrangements are often agreed upon years in advance and then promptly forgotten or altered depending on who dies, who goes bankrupt, or who suddenly falls out of political favour after an unfortunate speech about sewage taxes. Your fate is not set in stone. It is scribbled in wax and frequently remelted. If your family is particularly ambitious, they may try to secure a match with someone above your station. This involves gifts, flattery, casual mentions of your father's imaginary connections to Julius Caesar, and if you're really lucky, your family might hire someone to compose a flattering poem about your future virtues, which they then slip under the door of the desired in-laws. At no point does anyone ask if you like the child in question. That's not relevant. Do they come from a good family? Can they bring land, titles, or at the very least a decent set of bedsheets to the marriage? That's what matters. Your feelings will be consulted somewhere around never. Meanwhile, the slaves gossip. They've seen this all before. They know which family produces screamers and which one has an aunt who drinks too much mulled wine and ruins negotiations by talking about her infected foot. They shake their heads as another betrothal is announced between two children who have met exactly once and both cried. You grow up hearing stories about love, sure, but they're the tragic kind. Love is for poetry and poor people. Marriages, those are about survival, about politics, about making sure you end up with enough land to raise goats and not so many enemies that someone poisons your well. You're 5 years old, wearing a tunic that feels like it was made from your grandma's curtains, and someone at dinner keeps poking you with a fig. Is it affection? Is it aggression? In Rome, it's often both. Childhood love is messy, loud, and always supervised by 3 aunts and an elderly slave who has seen some things. You're seated at the low table, your legs swinging freely because Roman furniture is clearly designed for people with longer limbs and more authority. Across from you is the culprit, a boy with grape juice on his chin and the chaotic energy of a caffeinated squirrel. He pokes you again with the fig. You retaliate with a breadcrumb flick. It is, in a way, your first romantic duel. Your aunts watch with expressions ranging from hopeful to horrified. One whispers that it reminds her of her own courtship. She was 17. Her future husband stole a chicken for her. You're 5, and this child just sneezed into the olive bowl. It's not quite the same. Meanwhile, The elderly slave responsible for the children hovers nearby like a war-weary general. She has seen decades of arranged engagements, stolen kisses, and toddlers trying to eat candle wax. Nothing surprises her anymore. You could propose to the fig poker right now and she'd probably hand you a small wreath and say good luck. Childhood affection in ancient Rome is strange and unspoken. You don't write love notes. You don't pass hearts made of papyrus. You show you care by sharing your best date, or not hitting someone with a toy cart. Affection is mostly expressed through mild bullying and occasionally feeding someone your last honey cake. And yet, despite the chaos, there's something sweet in the madness. You know who you like because you follow them around the garden for an hour pretending to be a wolf, or because they let you win at knucklebones, or because they didn't laugh when you fell face first into a water jug. Your parents, of course, are not concerned with your emotional development. They're more focused on whether the child comes from a respectable family. Do they have land? Are they politically useful? Do they carry themselves like someone who might one day own a decent number of goats? These are the questions that matter. But you don't care about land. You care about whether they can climb trees without falling, whether they know the good berry bush, and whether they'll share the last piece of dried apple from the pantry. Love, at this age, is simple. Not easy, but simple. Of course, it's not all innocent. There are whispers about children getting too close, a kiss stolen behind a pillar, a hand held too long during a festival. When this happens, everyone overreacts. You're marched in front of the family and scolded like you just tried to burn down the Senate. You're 5. You just like the way they laugh. And yet somehow, your tiny romantic drama becomes family gossip. For weeks, people refer to you as the one who tried to marry a merchant's son using a flower crown and a rock. It becomes legend. Aunts bring it up at every gathering. Your mother sighs and says you're just spirited. By the time you're 7, you've probably had 3 major crushes, 1 engagement rumour, and a lifelong fear of figs. You've learned that love, even at this age, is both complicated and completely out of your control. Still, somewhere deep down, under all the noise and supervision and scratchy tunics, you start to understand what it means to care about someone. Even if that someone just threw a plum at your head. Congratulations, you're now betrothed. You just don't remember it, because you were still working on your alphabet. Ancient Roman engagement parties were part political strategy, part awkward family reunion, and entirely devoid of your consent. You were probably playing with a carved wooden dog when it happened. One moment, you were chasing your cousin around a pillar. The next, someone clinked a cup, made a toast, and boom, you were promised to the slightly older child sitting 3 cushions away, eating olives with their whole face. That's your future spouse. Surprise! The adults are thrilled. There is wine, laughter, and several long quiet discussions in corners, while scribes hover nearby pretending not to listen. You, meanwhile, are mostly concerned with whether the honey cakes have arrived yet and why you're not allowed to wear shoes indoors. The betrothal ceremony is technically informal. It's not a legally binding marriage yet, but it might as well be. There are promises exchanged, tokens given, and one of your parents probably stood up and gave a short speech about family values and how beautiful your ears are going to be when you grow up. You don't hear any of this. You are 4 years old and currently stuck in a tunic that smells like lamp oil. If you're a girl, someone ties a ribbon around your waist and hands you a small gift from the groom's family. It's probably jewellery you're not allowed to wear or a doll dressed in mini bridal clothes. If you're a boy, you get a nod of approval and a warning not to disgrace the family name by falling off a balcony. Ancient Rome is very specific. You might receive a ring. Not the romantic kind. It's an iron ring, symbolic, uncomfortable, and slightly too big. Your father says it's a sign of honor. You try to eat it. This is why nobody lets toddlers run empires. The guest list is mostly adults who are pretending to be excited but are really just here for the roasted dormice and to see whether the senator's wife will wear that ridiculous hat again. Children are an afterthought. You're led around the room, introduced to people who all smell like wine and ambition. Someone pinches your cheek. Someone else tries to guess your future political career based on your chin shape. You don't remember any of this. You'll grow up and hear about it second-hand. Your uncle will bring it up at every family gathering. "Ah, yes," he'll say, "the day you got betrothed to the little one with the giant forehead." We drank mulled wine until someone set their sleeve on fire. A good day. As you get older, the story becomes family folklore. Your mother insists you smiled when you saw your intended. Your father insists you fell asleep in the soup. Both are probably true. What matters is that the match was made. Two families now have a tentative alliance sealed by the future possibility of shared goats and grandchildren. And if the arrangement falls through, if the other family moves to Gaul or gets caught up in a scandal involving counterfeit oil, the adults will simply find you another option. That's the beauty of being a Roman child. Your romantic destiny is fully adjustable until puberty. So no, you don't remember the party. But one day someone will hand you a faded token, point to a stranger at a banquet and say, "That's the one." You've been promised to them since the incident with the figs. You'll nod, politely, and quietly wonder what happens if you just run away. Your voice cracks. Hair sprouts. Your parents panic. It's time to seal that marriage deal before you fall in love with the wrong senator's daughter or start writing erotic poetry. Because nothing says Roman scandal like feelings. Puberty in ancient Rome is not treated as a tender time of self-discovery. It is treated as a crisis. A loud, hairy, emotional crisis that must be managed immediately. You are now considered dangerously close to having opinions and, worse, romantic impulses. This cannot be allowed. Your mother begins watching you like a hawk. Every time you pause too long in conversation with someone of the opposite sex, she narrows her eyes and clutches her pearls, which are probably real and definitely funded by your impending dowry. Your father grumbles about virtue and honor and starts scheduling more dinners with powerful families, usually ones with daughters who look like they've never blinked. If you're a girl, the anxiety doubles. You sneeze slightly too femininely, and suddenly your mother is weeping in the corner about how quickly time passes. You grow half an inch, and your aunt starts talking about how your hips are developing nicely. You would like to disappear into a wall. The family starts fast-tracking the betrothal paperwork, which is still somehow handled on wax tablets that smell faintly of bees and disappointment. Negotiations get tense. Is your family offering enough land? Is the groom's father really planning to retire soon? Or is he just pretending again? You're present for none of these discussions. You're upstairs yelling into a pillow because someone mentioned your eyebrows at dinner. Hormones rage. You become prone to daydreaming about people you've barely spoken to. The baker's apprentice, a flute player. That person you saw once at a festival who complimented your sandals and vanished into a crowd like a myth. You start writing poems. They are terrible. You show them to no one, except maybe the cat. Your teachers notice the shift. You once excelled at memorizing dates and reciting heroic speeches. Now you stare out the window during lessons on tax collection and draw hearts in the margins of your scroll. Your tutor pretends not to notice. He was young once too, briefly. Meanwhile, your parents are terrified that if they don't act quickly, you'll marry for love. Or worse, passion. Ancient Rome is built on structure, not chaos. And there is nothing more chaotic than a teenager in love with someone who cannot offer a politically convenient vineyard. And so, they push forward. You're suddenly being invited to more public events, family dinners, religious festivals, any excuse to parade you around like a slightly anxious fruit basket. You are not allowed to speak unless spoken to, but you must smile. Not too much, just enough to seem interested in your future spouse. But not so much that people think you're desperate. It's a delicate balance. You're told to stand up straight, to speak clearly, to stop bringing up gladiators in casual conversation. Your father gives you a talk about duty. Your mother cries into her wine and mentions your birth story for the 4th time this week. You nod. You are trying, but inside you are mostly confused, sweaty, and still unsure how to walk without tripping over your own toga. Soon, your engagement will be finalized. You will be congratulated. People will say how grown up you look, and you will smile, because that is what is expected. But deep down, you will know the truth. You are still figuring out who you are. And your parents are just trying to get you married before your voice fully settles. You spot someone across the bathhouse. Damp, mostly naked and casually exfoliating with olive oil. This is your first crush. You attempt to smile, but it comes out like a facial spasm. Ancient flirting is difficult when you're sweating profusely and sharing a sponge on a stick. The Roman bathhouse is not exactly the ideal setting for romance. It smells like warm feet and ambition. The air is thick with steam and the sound of philosophers arguing about metaphysics while someone in the corner sings loudly and off-key. Naked people shuffle past with all the casual confidence of someone who has never once felt embarrassed in their life. You, on the other hand, are painfully aware of your own existence. Your crush is rinsing off with a jug of water and talking to a friend who is aggressively scrubbing his armpit. They both laugh. You have no idea why, but you laugh too from 20 feet away, alone, holding a pumice stone and radiating despair, smooth. You consider approaching. You rehearse a line in your head. Something subtle, maybe clever. But what comes out is a noise that might have been hello or possibly just a wheeze. They glance over, you panic and drop your towel. Now you're standing there, sweaty and half-covered, trying to pretend that slipping on olive oil was part of your personal grooming routine. You attempt to regain dignity by dramatically pouring water over your shoulder like the statues do. It lands mostly on your foot. You retreat to the benches, internally screaming. Your friend appears, slaps you on the back hard enough to dislodge a lung, and asks loudly if that's the person you've been writing bathhouse poetry about. You whisper, "Shut up," through clenched teeth. He grins and throws you under the aqueduct without hesitation. Your crush looks over again. You wave, weakly. They blink once, nod politely, and return to exfoliating their elbow like nothing happened. You feel both crushed and weirdly inspired. This is the closest to emotional intimacy you've ever felt while surrounded by sweating senators and slippery marble. Flirting in this environment is not for the faint of heart. There are no candles, no mood lighting, just rows of damp bodies and the constant risk of foot fungus. Your best hope is a lingering glance between steam clouds and a mutual appreciation for clean toes. It is less a courtship ritual and more a slippery, high-stakes obstacle course with nudity. You try again. You offer your crush a scrap of linen. They thank you politely. You interpret this as deep affection. You smile again. This time it's less of a spasm and more of a grimace. You are improving. Eventually you end up near each other on the same marble bench, pretending not to notice. You sit at a very respectful distance. You laugh too loudly at something your friend says. You casually flex your calf. It cramps. You pretend it was a philosophical gesture. You overhear them say they like figs. You immediately decide you too love figs more than life itself. You are now building your personality around their casual snack preference. Then it happens. A single moment of shared humanity. You both reach for the same bowl of water at the same time. Your hands almost touch. Almost. You both pause. There is eye contact. You say something intelligent like, They smile. Politely. Then stand up, wrap themselves in a towel with the grace of a minor deity, and leave. You watch them go, dripping slightly and unsure if you've just experienced romance or heat stroke. Probably both. You will think about that moment for the next 6 months. Still, the moment mattered. Not because it was perfect, but because it was yours. Your first crush. Your first bathhouse disaster. The first time your heart fluttered while someone scrubbed algae off their shin. In Rome, that counts as romance, and honestly, it's not the worst beginning. You want to flirt, but social media doesn't exist. Instead, you're scratching a poem into a wax tablet with a pointy stick. Romantic? Maybe. Legible? Definitely not. You hand it to a servant with instructions to deliver it discreetly. He trips, drops it in a puddle, and now your crush thinks you're confessing your love to a donkey. Welcome to the thrilling world of ancient Roman romance, where every sweet nothing is carved into bee-scented goo with the elegance of a toddler signing a tax form. Wax tablets are the preferred medium, not because they're practical or charming, but because paper is expensive and nobody trusts you with ink. So you dip your stylus into your clumsy teenage soul and try to summon something poetic. You want to say something beautiful, something bold. You end up writing something that translates roughly to "Your eyes burn like hot bread and I would die for your ankles." It feels profound. It isn't. But this is your first love letter, and that counts for something. Then comes the delivery. You can't exactly slide into their villa unannounced. That's how you get slapped by a steward or arrested for loitering in the atrium. So you rely on the age-old courier system known as that one servant who owes you a favour. You hand him the tablet, whisper instructions, and watch him disappear into the chaos of Roman streets, dodging carts, dogs, and philosophical debates. Of course, the journey is never smooth. A goat sneezes, a child throws a date pit, the tablet gets smudged, or dropped, or mistaken for a shopping list. By the time it reaches your intended recipient, the wax has shifted slightly and now reads something that could be interpreted as, "I want to marry your donkey and worship your fence." They read it anyway. Then they reread it. They look confused, a little frightened. They glance over at you during the next gathering. You smile. They do not. Communication in Rome is rarely straightforward. Even if your message arrives intact, there's still the matter of interpretation. Is this a love letter? A joke? A secret political warning? The wax is vague and the handwriting is worse. Your stylus wobbled halfway through. That word might be heart or horse. It's unclear. And yet there's a thrill to it. You've put yourself out there. You've carved your feelings into something tangible, even if it now smells faintly of roasted figs. Maybe they'll write back. Maybe they'll send a reply with a pressed flower or a subtle nod in the marketplace. Or maybe they'll ignore it completely and you'll spend the next month avoiding eye contact and blaming everything on your cousin. Love letters are not just for the young and hopeful. Even adults in unhappy marriages sometimes send them. Secret notes passed through servants or hidden in laundry baskets. A line of verse tucked under a cushion. A heart scratched into a wine jug and then awkwardly denied. But for you, this is your first attempt. Your first awkward foray into romance, Roman style. You've risked embarrassment, ridicule, and possibly a goat-related misunderstanding. And even if nothing comes of it, you'll remember the rush, the sweaty palms, the thrill of seeing your crush across the courtyard and knowing that somewhere they are holding a melted tablet that once held your heart. You are officially ridiculous and deeply human, and that in Rome is the beginning of everything. You finally get invited to walk through the forum with your crush. It's magical. It's romantic. It's also heavily chaperoned by Aunt Lucilla, who interprets any eye contact as a prelude to moral collapse. You had pictured this moment differently. Maybe strolling beneath marble arches, maybe exchanging witty remarks about gladiator politics, maybe a casual brush of fingers while admiring a statue of Jupiter. Instead, you are sandwiched between your beloved and a woman who believes that figs are a gateway to sin. Aunt Lucilla walks precisely 1/2 step behind you, close enough to hear every breath, but far enough to pretend she's just out for fresh air. Her eyes never blink. She scans your every movement like a hawk with a superiority complex and a personal vendetta against joy. Your crush tries to speak to you. They lean slightly in your direction. Aunt Lucilla makes a soft noise in her throat, something between a cough and a warning growl. They retreat like they've just offended the gods. You smile awkwardly and pretend to admire a fountain. The fountain is broken. It hisses like your aunt. Every time you exchange so much as a glance, Lucilla finds a reason to interrupt. Did you hear about the weather in Syracuse? Have you had your posture assessed recently? I once knew a girl who made eye contact for too long, and now she raises ducks alone in the countryside. You try to steer the conversation back toward something light. Poetry, maybe, or music. You ask if your crush likes lyres. Before they can answer, Lucilla launches into a 12-minute monologue about how lyres cause laziness and soft morals. She ends with a story involving a neighbour's cousin and a cursed mandolin. You stop asking questions. At one point, your crush dares to smile at you. Lucilla immediately offers them a prune and begins discussing bowel regularity. You are fairly certain this is a power move. You consider retaliating by complimenting your crush's sandals, but worry she'll summon a priest. You pause to admire a merchant's stall. Your crush steps closer. Your elbows almost touch. It is the most intimate moment of your entire week. Aunt Lucilla clears her throat so loudly that a passing goat flees in alarm. You try to walk faster. She walks faster. You pause to tie your sandal. So does she. You point out a sculpture. She explains in great detail why it is morally offensive. You mention you once saw a play. She gasps and begins praying softly in Latin. Despite everything, the moment is still yours. The walk is still happening. You are breathing the same air as your crush. Even if you're not allowed to touch it, you pass a bakery. The smell of honey cakes fills the air. You glance at your crush. They glance back. You both smile. For a second, Aunt Lucilla is distracted by a suspiciously dressed statue. You exchange one word. Just one. Hello. It is the most daring thing either of you has ever done. You will remember it forever. By the time the walk ends, your crush is escorted home by a different, slightly less judgmental relative. You are left with Lucilla, who is muttering about the decline of civilization and the dangers of youthful exuberance. She offers you a pamphlet on chastity. You accept it politely and plan to feed it to the neighbour's donkey. But later, when you are alone, you replay every moment, every sideways glance, every smothered laugh, even the prune incident. It wasn't freedom, it wasn't passion, but it was something. It turns out you've fallen for someone wildly inappropriate. Perhaps they're from the wrong class. Or worse, a poet. You start writing dramatic verses about moonlight and doom. Everyone thinks you're being profound. Really, you're just deeply sleep-deprived and full of olives. Your heart aches. Your stomach aches. Your head aches from staying up too late composing lines, like your eyes are darker than the Tiber in winter, and I would rather be exiled to Gaul than live without your gaze. You believe these are the finest words ever written. They are not, but no one has the heart to tell you, because you're reciting them out loud in the atrium at breakfast. Your friends try to intervene. One suggests you go outside. Another tells you to maybe write about something else for a while. You snarl and say, "Love is suffering." They roll their eyes and say you've been insufferable since last week's poetry reading, where you almost fainted from emotional intensity. Your mother is concerned. She's heard rumours that you've been spotted loitering near the marketplace where the actors gather. She reminds you that these people do not own land, and may not even have proper napkins. You remind her that love is not a legal contract. She reminds you that in Rome, actually it is. You continue writing. You scratch verses into wax tablets and hide them behind statues. You pay a servant to deliver a folded note with a single pressed flower inside. The note says, "I burn." The flower is wilted. The servant drops it in the fish sauce on the way over. Your beloved receives a soggy confession and interprets it as a threat. Despite this, you are convinced the feeling is mutual. You saw them glance in your direction once, which must mean something. Never mind that they were probably just checking for approaching carts. You replay the moment endlessly. The look, the air, the faint smell of roasted chestnuts drifting by. It's all part of your tragic narrative. Your poetry becomes more elaborate. You start adding references to mythical lovers and obscure constellations. You light a candle and read to the moon. You write sonnets to a pair of sandals they once wore. One of them breaks, and you spiral for days. It is clearly a sign. Your tutor notices the shift in your studies. You've stopped memorizing military treaties, and now spend your lessons asking whether love is stronger than law. He sighs, and reminds you that Cicero never once cried over a sandal. You tell him Cicero lacked depth. Eventually word gets around. Your family holds a meeting. They say things like inappropriate, unsuitable, and we have plans for you. You say things like destiny and soulfire, and it was meant to be. Your father looks like he might eat his scrolls out of frustration. Your aunt cries and says you are too sensitive. You agree sensitivity is your gift and your curse. You're told to forget. You try. You eat figs. You take long walks. You throw yourself into studying tax codes. Nothing works. You see the face in every marble bust and their name in every cloud. You're unbearable, even to yourself. But time passes. The poetry fades. The feelings soften. One day you find an old wax tablet under your bed. You read it and cringe so hard your toga wrinkles. You can't believe you once compared their voice to thunder wrapped in silk. It doesn't even make sense. Still, you keep the tablet. You don't know why. Maybe to remember how it felt to fall hard, to write badly, to care too much. It was ridiculous. beautiful. Your parents have had enough. They call in family friends, make tea, and begin casually auctioning off your hand in marriage like it's a slightly cracked amphora. You sit in the corner eating grapes and wondering if it's too late to join a monastery. The meeting starts with polite greetings and a lot of nodding. Then out come the ledgers, the family crests, and the overly cheerful statements like such a fine young person and such sturdy calves. You are referred to exclusively in the third person. No one makes eye contact with you. You're both present and invisible, like a decorative vase that can talk but shouldn't. You're not technically for sale. That would be indecent. But let's not kid ourselves. The negotiations are brisk and transactional. Prospective matches are discussed like real estate. This one has land near the coast, this one's father owns 6 grain stores, this one's sister once dated a magistrate, so they must be reputable. You continue eating grapes and wondering what your backup plan is if all of this ends in you marrying someone who blinks too loudly. One family arrives with their son. He is tall, silent, and wearing sandals with slightly too many straps. He bows. You nod. Aunt Lucilla asks if you're feeling a connection. You say you're feeling mildly itchy. She takes this as a sign of compatibility. The son sits beside you. There is a long silence. He asks if you like statues. You say you have no strong opinion. He says he once touched a statue that may have been cursed. You smile politely and look at your grapes. This is going well. Your mother is discussing dowries now. She says things like manageable expectations and generous spirit, while gently sliding a plate of olives toward the other family like it's part of the deal. You know from experience that olives mean they want this match. Dried figs would mean mild interest. Honey cakes would mean desperation. No one has brought out the honey cakes yet. Thank the gods. Another suitor arrives with an entourage. He brings gifts. A jar of imported fish sauce, a cloak pin in the shape of an eagle, a poem he claims to have written himself, which is suspicious because it's in someone else's handwriting and references battles he was definitely not alive for. Your parents are impressed. You are less impressed. He calls you radiant, which is nice, but then tells a long story about a dream he had involving a talking goat, and you are now emotionally checked out. You try to speak up. You say things like, perhaps we should wait, or maybe I should get to know them first. These suggestions are met with warm smiles and vague statements about the wisdom of elders and how feelings are temporary, but a good aqueduct lasts forever. Aunt Lucilla recommends someone who isn't even present. He's away studying rhetoric in Athens, but she assures everyone he has very promising ankles. Your cousin suggests you marry into a family with access to marble quarries. Your father briefly considers it before remembering that quarry people are too dusty. You begin to fantasize about a quiet life alone in a tower with a cat and a stack of scrolls. Maybe you'll write plays. Maybe you'll pretend to be cursed. Maybe you'll fake your own disappearance and re-emerge as an oracle. Anything seems better than being matched with the goat dream poet or sandal boy. But by the end of the meeting, a short list is made. Everyone is pleased. The olives are gone. A few names are written down on a wax tablet next to yours, like entries in a particularly awkward raffle. You sigh. Your fate is sealed in grapes and gossip. The deal is struck. You're to marry someone who owns 3 vineyards and a personality best described as moist bread. The dowry your parents provide could finance a small war, and your emotional input is not required. You learn the news the same way people learn about impending natural disasters, quietly, with polite nods, and a tray of celebratory figs you didn't ask for. Your mother is beaming. Your father is smug. Aunt Lucilla whispers something about destiny. You're still chewing. The dowry agreement is a marvel of Roman bureaucracy. It's written on a wax tablet so thick it could double as a shield. There are witnesses, scribes, and a man whose only job seems to be standing in the corner and looking solemn. The sum involved includes coins, linens, livestock, and something called a future inheritance clause, which you suspect involves olives. The groom arrives with a scroll detailing his assets. He's got vineyards, bath privileges in multiple districts, and a large forehead. He wears a tunic with very confident embroidery and refers to himself in the third person. You sit there wondering if it's possible to feign sudden religious devotion and flee to a temple. No one asks how you feel. That would be unnecessary. You are a puzzle piece in a larger picture of strategic land acquisition and social elevation. You try to raise an eyebrow in protest, but are immediately handed a bracelet. Your mother assures you that love comes later. Like mildew, your father tells you to focus on the grapes. Think of the wine. Think of the legacy. Think of how lucky you are to secure someone whose family is only slightly under investigation for tax fraud. The groom attempts conversation. He tells you about his wine storage methods, and once winning a speech contest judged by his cousin. You smile and nod. He offers you a pear. It is bruised. Symbolic, perhaps. You retreat to your room to process. Your friend sneaks in with the stolen honey cake and sympathy. You lie on your back and stare at the ceiling, trying to imagine a future in which you don't slowly evaporate from boredom. Your friend suggests poisoning the wine. You laugh. Sort of. The next day, the dowry exchange begins. Items are moved, gold is weighed. A servant carries a goose in a basket as if it's made of porcelain. Everyone is thrilled, especially the goose who escapes and causes mild chaos in the garden. You take it as a sign. No one else does. There's talk of the wedding date. You are reminded gently to be available, polite and unreasonably radiant. You practice your neutral smile in the mirror. It looks haunted. Your friend says that's perfect. At dinner, your father toasts to your future. The groom's father toasts to strong ankles. Someone toasts to grape futures. You sip your watered wine and wonder if this is what it means to grow up, to trade poetry and bathhouse glances for coin counting and speeches about fermentation ratios. Still, the match is good, sensible, stable. Your family is secure. You'll have warm clothes, a large house, and access to above-average olive oil. You might even grow to like the moist bread man. Maybe. But as you lie in bed that night, you whisper a quiet farewell to the idea of love letters and moonlit sighs. Those belong to poets. You now belong to economics, and possibly to the goose, if it returns. Your wedding day arrives. There's incense. There's screaming. There's a man in a wolf mask for some reason. You've never felt more like a mildly confused sacrificial goat. Everyone keeps crying, even your dog. You wake up early, not out of excitement, but because your aunt burst into your room holding a bowl of barley and shouting something about omens. She begins throwing flower petals in your face while sobbing softly and patting your head like it might fall off. Your mother is pacing. Your cousin is ironing your wedding tunic with a heated brick. Your dog, sensing chaos, has hidden under a table and is whimpering into someone's sandal. The house smells like flowers, sweat, and whatever incense they're burning to ward off bad luck and emotional honesty. You are bathed, perfumed, and dressed by a team of relatives who all have strong opinions about your belt. Someone insists it must be knotted in a special way. You ask what happens if you tie it wrong. They go silent and stare at the floor. encouraging. The groom arrives with his entourage, all smug and over-oiled. His tunic is freshly laundered, his hair has been curled, he looks like a loaf of bread that's been buttered for battle. You smile at him. He says something complimentary about your elbows. The bar is low. You are led through the streets in a procession that is meant to be festive but feels like a mild hostage situation. There's music, chanting, and one man playing an instrument that might just be a pot lid. Someone throws nuts. A child screams. A goat appears briefly and vanishes. You nod at the goat in solidarity. When you arrive at the groom's house, you're greeted by more wailing. This is traditional. You're supposed to cry too, but you're dehydrated and emotionally numb. Instead, you blink slowly and hope no one notices your complete dissociation. At the door, there is a symbolic ritual. You smear oil on the threshold, step over it carefully, and say the traditional words, which translate roughly to, "May this not be a terrible mistake." Then you are welcomed in with loud cheers and a man in a wolf mask jumps out and howls. This is also traditional. You try not to scream. Inside, the wedding feast begins. There is bread, cheese, more nuts, and a lot of wine. You are seated beside your new husband, who whispers a joke about drainage systems. You laugh politely and drink your wine a little too fast. Someone toasts to fertility. Someone else toasts to a long marriage. Your uncle toasts to finally getting his platter back. Everyone is emotional. Midway through the feast, you are presented with a wedding cake made from spelt and honey. It is dry and crumbly, and someone drops part of it into a brazier. You decide this is symbolic of something, but are too tired to work out what. Finally, the formal ceremony concludes with the lifting of the veil. Your husband sees your face properly for the first time all day. He smiles. You try to smile back, but it comes out as more of a grimace. The room cheers anyway. You are officially married. Later, as the sun sets and the party drifts into hazy singing and philosophical arguments about cheese, you sit quietly, still in your ceremonial shoes, watching the dog chew on a ribbon. You are married. You have become part of someone else's household. You have been toasted, blessed, and handed symbolic bread. It was not the wedding you dreamed of as a child, but then again, as a child you mostly dreamed of owning a goat and living in a tower. So maybe this is close enough. The wedding night is less passion, more logistics. There are extremely awkward toasts and a vague sense that someone should have explained where babies come from before this very moment. It begins with a gentle reminder from your aunt that this is a sacred duty, and also no pressure, but the family is expecting a grandson by next Saturnalia. You nod solemnly while trying not to choke on your third honey cake. Your new husband looks equally dazed. He offers you more wine. You accept. The mood is less romantic and more like two strangers accidentally trapped in a storage closet during a banquet. The guests finally leave, dragging themselves home full of nuts, cheese, and unsolicited advice. Someone offers you a fertility charm on their way out. Another person pats your shoulder like you're heading into battle. You and your husband exchange a look that says, well, here we are. The bedroom is full of flowers, incense, and nervous energy. There's a ceremonial bed that creaks when you look at it too hard, and a slightly wilted garland draped over the headboard. In the corner, a brazier crackles softly. The dog is thankfully not present. Small mercies. You sit down and immediately realize no one gave you instructions. The actual mechanics of the night remain vague. You've heard stories, mostly from older cousins with dramatic flair and very little accuracy. You're fairly sure some of those stories involved wild animals and cannot possibly be correct. Your husband clears his throat. You clear yours. He says something about the weather. You nod and mention figs. There is a long silence. Somewhere, an owl hoots ominously. You lie on your back, staring at the ceiling, wondering how many generations before you have lived through this exact horror. Probably hundreds, possibly thousands, all of them wondering why no one just sits you down beforehand with a scroll and some diagrams. Your husband is polite, respectful, terrified. You are also polite, respectful, equally terrified. Eventually you inch toward each other like two nervous turtles. The next half hour is a blur of apologies, confusion, and one minor collision involving a decorative pillow and a poorly placed candlestick. Afterward you lie there in silence. You are not in love. You are not even sure if what just happened counts as anything worth recording, but you are married. Officially, legally, fully transitioned into the next chapter of Roman adulthood. He asks if you want more wine. You do. He asks if you want to talk about what just happened. You do not. He nods and begins talking about vineyard maintenance. You close your eyes and pretend to listen. Despite the awkwardness, there's a strange comfort in it. You both survived. No one burst into flames. No gods appeared to smite you for lack of technique. It was clumsy and unremarkable, but also strangely human. You look over at him. He is snoring gently, one arm flopped off the bed. You pull the covers up and stare at the ceiling again. Maybe passion will come later, or maybe you'll just grow old together, tolerating each other over shared olives and annual arguments about tile repair. Either way, the wedding night is complete. History has moved one step forward. And you? You've entered a new phase of life, one confusing, absurd, and a little sticky. You are now part of a new household. It smells like old cheese and failed ambition. Your new mother-in-law greets you with the warmth of a frozen eel. This is your new life. No take-backs. You arrive with your dowry, your tunics, your carefully packed collection of mildly offensive poetry scrolls, and a deep, gnawing sense of dread. The servants unload everything into the atrium while your new husband points out which statues are ancestral and which ones are just decorative. You nod and try not to cry. The house echoes when you walk, like it's judging your footsteps. Your new mother-in-law emerges from the shadows like a well-fed basilisk. She is tall, severe, and dressed in all grey, even though it's summer. She looks you up and down with the intensity of a tax collector and says something like, "Well, at least you're clean." You are unsure if this is a compliment or the start of a curse. The rest of the household includes a mute uncle who may or may not be alive, a cousin who writes bad poetry about vegetables, and several servants who move like ghosts and refuse to make eye contact. No one laughs. No one blinks. You begin to suspect this house runs on passive-aggressive tension and stale lentils. You are given a room at the back of the house. It is technically a room in the same way a barrel is technically a boat. The walls are damp. The window sticks. There is a chair that might have once been cursed by Jupiter himself. Still, it's yours. You decorate it with a few stolen flowers and try to feel hopeful. Meal times are tense. Your husband talks about crop rotation. Your mother-in-law complains about everything. The wine is too sour. The slaves are too cheerful. The neighbours are suspiciously quiet. You smile and chew your bread very slowly, praying the conversation doesn't turn to you. But it always does. She wants to know if you can sew. You can't. If you can cook. barely. If you've ever raised goats, not intentionally. She sighs and begins a long speech about the decline of Roman virtue and how women used to know how to dye wool without crying. You nod and thank her for the advice. She tells you not to interrupt. You try to bond with your husband. He shows you his vineyard records and explains how fermentation works. You listen politely while wondering if you could sneak away and join a travelling theatre troupe. He is kind in the way a damp towel is kind, soft, non-threatening, and mildly disappointing. Days pass. You learn the layout of the house. You avoid the angry goose in the courtyard. You pretend to enjoy your mother-in-law's stewed turnip surprise. You even begin writing new poetry, mostly about loneliness and how much you miss your own bed. One afternoon you receive a letter from home. Your sister writes that your dog misses you and has taken to sleeping on your old sandals. You cry a little. You tell no one. Later that week your husband brings you a small jar of honey and says he thought of you when he saw it at the market. It's a small gesture, but it's something. You say thank you. He smiles. Your mother-in-law mutters something about frivolity, but you don't care. You're still adjusting, still learning, still occasionally dreaming of running into the forest and becoming a hermit who communicates only in bird calls. But for now, you stay. You eat your honey. You survive dinner. You settle into married life. It mostly involves weaving, passive aggression, and being asked if you're with child every time you look slightly bloated. Your husband spends a lot of time at the forum. You suspect he's arguing about drainage systems. Your days begin early, usually with your mother-in-law shouting at a servant about how olives are being stored improperly. You pretend not to hear and remain under the blanket for as long as is socially acceptable, which is roughly the length of time it takes to recite a short hymn to Juno and question all of your life choices. Breakfast is bread, cheese, and silence. Occasionally someone grunts a blessing. Occasionally someone sneezes and is accused of inviting bad harvests. It's a warm and lively home if your idea of warmth includes judgmental stares and lukewarm barley porridge. Your husband leaves after breakfast, draped in a toga and muttering about public business. You nod like you understand what he does, which you do not. You suspect it involves scrolls, long meetings, and the occasional emergency involving clay pipes and soggy roads. You briefly consider following him one day just to see if he's actually doing civic duties or just eating dates and complaining about aqueduct flow with other men in sandals. Back at home, your tasks include weaving, more weaving, and feigned interest in household gossip. Your loom becomes your closest friend. You whisper your frustrations to it as you weave, pouring your dreams into wool and hoping no one notices your angry knots. Social visits become your one outlet. Other wives arrive with stories, fans, and opinions. You sip watered wine and nod sagely, while someone recounts how her cousin's daughter got pregnant by a flute player and now lives near a swamp. Another shares that her husband has taken a mistress and claims it's purely for political strategy. You say nothing, mostly because you're too busy mentally fleeing the country. Your mother-in-law pops in at regular intervals to comment on your posture, your embroidery, and the way you breathe too loudly when walking upstairs. She asks if you've conceived yet. You tell her no, but your left ankle has been very productive lately. She doesn't laugh. She never does. Evenings are quiet. Your husband returns home smelling faintly of wine and urban debate. He tells you about someone who shouted during a Senate meeting. You tell him about the time the laundry caught fire and the dog ate a guest's sandal. Neither of you listens closely, but the effort counts. Once in a while you find a moment of actual connection. You both laugh at something ridiculous, like your cousin's new hairstyle or a neighbour's dramatic overreaction to a lost chicken. These flashes are rare, but oddly comforting. You don't love him, not yet, maybe not ever, but sometimes you like him. And in Roman marriage, that's ahead of schedule. You go to bed early, you lie on your side and stare at the wall, wondering what your life might have been if you'd been born a man. Or a goat. Goats, you imagine, don't get asked about fertility during dinner. They just exist. Eat things. Occasionally kick someone. It seems peaceful. And yet, in your own quiet way, you're learning how to exist here too. Not happily, not perfectly, but steadily. You've adapted to the smells. You've memorized the floor creaks. You've learned how to nod without agreeing, and how to survive a 3-hour discussion about wool prices. You are married. You are woven into this household now, thread by thread, day by day. And like all Roman households, it somehow holds together, even if no one knows exactly how. If you want power, you throw dinner parties. You smile at strangers, praise the wine, and pretend you enjoy being compared to someone's favourite goat. One senator comments on your elbows. You thank him. No one knows why. The house is scrubbed from top to bottom. Cushions are fluffed. Incense is lit. You spend 3 hours arguing over which reclining couches smell the least like fermented fish sauce. The kitchen is in chaos. There are 15 different types of olives being plated on miniature dishes, and someone is crying over a burnt dormouse. This is your arena now. Not the battlefield, not the courtroom, but the dining room, where reputations are seasoned and reputations are burned. You dress carefully. Not too expensive, not too plain. You want to look successful, but not like you're trying. Your hair is styled within an inch of its life, and your earrings clink every time you breathe. Your mother-in-law tells you that your neckline is 1 finger width too bold. You thank her with a smile that says, "I dream of being buried alive in figs." Guests arrive at sundown, senators, merchants, wives with strong opinions and husbands who nod too much. You greet each one like you were born delighted to host them, even the man who once claimed women shouldn't speak during public readings and now smells faintly of vinegar. You laugh at his joke anyway. This is diplomacy. The first course is served. Pickled vegetables, spiced eggs, possibly a fish, possibly a mistake. You smile and murmur polite things while watching your husband argue about grain taxes with someone who owns half a hill. You're more focused on the senator across the table who holds influence over 3 provinces and is currently asking if your sandals are made from real goat leather. You laugh again. You say something coy. You compliment his wife's new tunic, which you know is a recycled bedspread. She beams and offers you a fig stuffed with honey and ground pepper. You eat it, even though it tastes like regret. Midway through the meal, your cousin spills wine on a map. Someone else chokes on a date pit. A philosophical debate breaks out about whether dreams are messages from the gods or just bad digestion. You nod along while quietly calculating how many of these guests you'll have to flatter again next week. You slip in compliments like olive oil, smooth, slippery, untraceable. You say things like "what wise thoughts" and "how well spoken," and I can see why everyone admires your judgment. You are pouring syrup onto egos and watching them swell. Your husband, to his credit, brings up your embroidery, says you're quite gifted. Everyone nods politely, but no one cares. You quickly redirect the conversation toward the senator's new villa. He perks up immediately and begins describing the columns in detail. You pretend to care deeply about load-bearing architecture. The evening ends with honey cakes and one last toast to the household gods. You're exhausted. Your face hurts from smiling. Your feet hurt from standing. Your brain hurts from listening to a man compare you to his cousin's prize-winning goat for the third time, but it was worth it. Later, your husband says the senator might recommend him for a new post. Your name was mentioned twice in polite circles. A woman who once ignored you now wants a recipe for your spiced carrot stew, which doesn't exist, but you'll invent one. This is how power grows in Rome, not through battles or lawmaking, but through fig platters, nods, and strategic compliments about someone's elbow shape. It's absurd, it's exhausting, and you're getting very, very good at it. Rome is full of temptation. Affairs are common, discreet, and occasionally poetic. You receive a token in the form of a flower tucked into a sandal. It's from the baker. You consider it. The baker is younger than your husband. He has arms like fresh kneaded dough and eyes that suggest he has read poetry, but doesn't take it too seriously. You see him at the market sometimes, arranging loaves in a way that's suspiciously artistic. He always gives you the warmest roll. Sometimes two. Once, a honey cake that made your knees weak and your mother-in-law furious. You tell yourself it's nothing, a coincidence, a carbohydrate-based misunderstanding, but then you see it again. The flower, tucked in the sandal strap, not a romantic bloom like a rose or lily. No, this is Rome. It's a sprig of fennel, bold, unexpected, slightly medicinal. You're intrigued. At home, your husband is droning on about grain tariffs again. He gestures vaguely with his cup of wine while you nod and pretend to be fascinated. Your mind, however, is with the baker, wondering if he meant anything, wondering if he always smells like cinnamon, wondering if this is madness or just a very mild, flower-dusted flirtation. Affairs in Rome are everywhere, like pigeons or bad mosaics. Some are passionate, others are transactional. Most are conducted with elaborate discretion involving slaves, secret doorways, and very committed whispering. You're not planning anything, but you are imagining things, like what it would be like to talk to someone who asks about your thoughts instead of your pickling technique. The next day, the baker slips you a fig tart wrapped in cloth. You unwrap it like a sacred relic. It is perfect. You eat it slowly, in a corner of the garden, pretending you are a tragic heroine in a romantic play that ends with mild scandal and an upgrade in wardrobe. Your mother-in-law nearly catches you smiling and asks if your digestion is acting up. You say yes, and she recommends a boiled turnip. The line between innocent indulgence and full-blown affair is thin and constantly shifting. One moment you're accepting a pastry, the next you're making elaborate excuses to visit the market. You tell your husband you've taken an interest in millet. He blinks and nods. He is just happy you're not writing poetry again. Eventually the baker speaks. It's early morning, the stalls are still being set up, and you are pretending to compare lentils. He leans close and says, "You deserve better bread." You nearly drop the lentils. You do not speak. You nod, take the warm loaf he hands you, and leave with the grace of someone who just committed a minor emotional crime. That night you dream of him. It is ridiculous. He's not even holding you. He's holding a tray of biscuits and telling you your elbows look like freedom. You wake up feeling both amused and deeply conflicted. Because you know how this goes. You've seen it. Affairs end in tears, poetry, or awkward encounters at festivals. They begin with side glances and end with someone moving to Sicily. You do nothing, mostly. You keep the fennel sprig. You never mention the tart. You tell yourself it was just a game, a tiny, edible rebellion, a reminder that you are still young, still desired, still capable of imagining things beyond loom and ladle. The baker never pushes. He continues to smile to pass you bread with a knowing look and no pressure. You return the look. Then you go home, back to your life, your weaving, and your mildly damp husband. Rome is full of temptations, but sometimes the fantasy is enough. Your husband is seen at the baths with a flute girl. You take the high road, then the petty road, then you tell his mother. Ancient Rome runs on gossip, and revenge is best served lukewarm in front of witnesses. You hear it from your cousin's friend's servant who swears on her favourite sandal strap that she saw him laughing and splashing around like a carefree dolphin, with a flute girl, a young one, hair curled, tunic barely covering scandal. You nod, you thank her. You calmly excuse yourself and immediately go into your room to aggressively comb your hair and mumble at the walls. Of course you're not surprised. Roman men are like amphorae, useful, heavy, and often found rolling round where they don't belong. You know the rules. Affairs are expected, shrugged off. But that doesn't mean you have to accept it quietly. No, that's not the Roman way. The Roman way involves strategy, mild humiliation, and baked goods as weapons. Step 1 is the high road. You smile, you act serene, you serve his favourite lentils with extra herbs, you compliment his toga drape, you laugh at his story about sewer funding like you didn't rehearse the laugh 12 times beforehand. You even ask him about his day, nodding thoughtfully as he describes water table levels and forum politics. He thinks he's safe. You let him think that. Then comes step 2, subtle pettiness. You rearrange the household shrine so his favourite statuette of Mercury faces the wall. You tell the servants he now prefers lukewarm wine and figs cut into triangles. You give away his second best sandals to your sister as a gift for a man who truly deserves them. You start wearing a perfume called Vindicta that smells vaguely like basil and triumph. He doesn't notice. Yet. Then, step 3. You unleash the most ancient and terrifying weapon available, his mother. You time it perfectly, mid-meal between the olives and the boiled eel. You sigh, press your napkin to your lips, and say you're sure the flute girl was very talented. The room falls silent. Your husband chokes on his wine. His mother gasps like she's seen a ghost in mismatched earrings. She slowly lowers her spoon, and then she erupts. She asks questions, loudly, with increasing volume and decreasing coherence. She starts invoking ancestors. She demands names, dates, witnesses. You sip your wine like it's the last cup before the empire falls. She begins a monologue about morals, family honour, and the decline of civilization since the fall of Carthage. You sit back and enjoy the performance. By the time she's done, your husband looks like a damp, penitent tunic. But you don't stop there. Oh no, this is Rome. Theatrical pettiness is a public duty. You write a poem, a dramatic, slightly unhinged ode about betrayal, liars, and men who smell like disappointment and undercooked barley. You recite it at your friend's dinner party. It spreads faster than a fever in summer. Someone sets it to music. Someone else illustrates it on a wall. You pretend not to notice as people hum your heartbreak at the market. Your husband becomes nervous. He starts bringing home figs. He compliments your weaving. He asks about your day. You respond politely and mention that you've taken up pottery, specifically crafting small clay models of animals who mate for life. He nods, terrified. You smile. Eventually you let the fire cool, the public humiliation complete, the petty satisfaction digested. You and your husband return to your normal routine, but now he walks a little straighter, says thank you more, stays at the baths exactly 22 minutes before returning home like he's on a schedule set by the gods. You never say outright that you forgave him, 'cause you didn't, not exactly. But you reminded him who he married, a woman who can smile sweetly while casually dismantling his entire reputation over dessert. And in Rome, that's not just justice, that's foreplay. You visit the temple for spiritual guidance. The Vestal Virgin suggests patience, prayer, and perhaps throwing a shoe. You nod solemnly and light a candle. Then you throw the shoe anyway. It lands with a dramatic slap near a statue of Vesta. A nearby worshipper flinches. You pretend it was an offering. The Vestal nods slowly, the way someone nods at a goat wearing a toga. You've come seeking wisdom, but mostly you're here because you're tired of pretending everything is fine and your husband just complimented another woman's olive platter in public. The temple is cool and quiet, a rare refuge from the noise of your household. You sit on a stone bench while incense curls through the air like lazy judgment. You're surrounded by marble goddesses with better posture than you and expressions that suggest they never once burned the stew. You whisper a prayer, not for peace, not for clarity, just for the strength to get through another week of strategic dinner parties and aggressively neutral marital conversations. The Vestal Virgin assigned to your visit appears serene and terrifying. She's young, but somehow her stare makes you feel like you've been caught stealing fruit at age 7. She listens to your troubles with the calm detachment of someone who has never been married, never hosted a senator, and never had to smile while being compared to someone else's cousin's second wife. She tells you to reflect, to center yourself, to embrace your role with dignity. You nod. She says patience is a virtue. You nod again. Then she says sometimes a shoe in the right direction can speak louder than a scroll. You pause. You like her now. A lot. She lights a small oil lamp and motions for you to do the same. You fumble it a little, nearly dropping the wick, and she says nothing. Just watches, lips tight, like a woman who has seen people pray for everything from fertility to winning an argument about cheese. You tell her your husband is distracted lately. She arches an eyebrow. You add that you are considering writing another poem. Her eye twitches slightly. She leans in. She whispers that while she cannot officially condone revenge, the gods do tend to reward creative efforts. She mentions a story of a woman who used her husband's own sandals to deliver anonymous gossip. Another who faked a vision from Juno to get her mother-in-law to move out. You listen like a student at the feet of a master. She gives you a small charm, a piece of carved bone shaped like a fig. It is supposed to protect the wearer from betrayal and mildly offensive poetry. You tuck it into your sleeve and thank her. You leave the temple feeling lighter. Not better exactly, but fortified, as if you just drank a cup of spiritual vinegar and now your spine is straighter. Back home you find your husband napping in the atrium, one sandal off, drooling slightly. You smile. Not cruelly, just knowingly. You light a small lamp and place it near the household gods. You murmur a quiet thanks to the Vestals, and to Vesta, and to the shoe. You will not start a war. Not today. You will not write another verse. Yet. But your patience now has structure. Intention. You feel strangely powerful for someone who just spent an afternoon talking to a woman who hasn't spoken to a man in 15 years. Sometimes in Rome, wisdom doesn't come from scrolls or scholars or senators. It comes from quiet temples, veiled women, and the satisfying weight of a well-thrown sandal. Everyone expects babies. You are now a walking womb with eyebrows. Each month brings new hopeful gossip and the occasional awkward herbal tea from an elderly neighbour. You pretend it helps. It doesn't. Your stomach becomes a public spectacle. You can't even yawn without someone narrowing their eyes and whispering about signs from the gods. Every passing burp is interpreted as a possible symptom. People start offering you seats, prayers, and unsolicited fertility advice involving moon phases, sheep livers, and strategic sneezing. The pressure is relentless. You cannot attend a dinner without someone casually suggesting a potion or pointing to a cousin who birthed twins after eating nothing but barley soup and optimism. Your mother-in-law starts leaving little clay figurines of chubby babies on your pillow. You find them endearing until you discover one has your nose. You drink the teas. You try the recommended rituals. You sit in silence before the household gods and recite every hopeful chant you can remember from childhood. You also try not to scream when someone pats your belly and says soon. You're not even late. You are just bloated from lentils. Your husband becomes quiet, not unkind, just quiet. He avoids eye contact when the topic comes up, nods politely when your mother brings up nurseries, and changes the subject to drainage systems whenever he can. You begin to suspect that ancient Roman plumbing is his emotional escape hatch. The physician is called. He is a man with a robe that smells like vinegar and a beard that houses secrets. He pokes at your wrists, mutters about your humours, and prescribes a regimen of boiled lettuce and less anxiety. You thank him. Then you cry into your pillow and wish you lived in a society where people didn't track your womb like it was a solar eclipse. You consider faking a pregnancy just to get a few weeks of peace, but that leads to another problem. Roman women are expected to produce results, not illusions. You imagine the look on Aunt Lucilla's face if you claimed to be with child and then failed to deliver one 9 months later. She'd throw a full amphora at your head and call it encouragement. One afternoon, you retreat to the garden with a basket of grapes and a complete absence of hope. A friend visits. She's older, wiser, has 6 children and the permanent eye twitch to prove it. She sits beside you, eats half your grapes, and tells you to breathe. She says you are not broken. You are not cursed. You're just living in a society where your entire worth is often tied to your uterus and your ability to produce another small, sticky human. You love her for that. You almost cry. Then she tells you about a woman down the street who swears by wearing goose feathers in her sandals. You laugh until you hiccup. You start saying no. No to the teas. No to the suggestions. No to counting days and interpreting dreams. You focus on surviving each week without snapping at a well-meaning neighbour holding yet another charm shaped like a turnip. You light a candle. You whisper a prayer. Not for a baby. Not yet. Just for quiet. For space. For the ability to exist without being measured by potential or timing or fate's deeply inconvenient sense of humour. Because in Rome, everyone wants a baby. But sometimes what you need most is a moment to remember that you are more than a vessel. You are a person, with opinions, with limits, and very possibly a mild intolerance to herbal tea. You got pregnant, you have a child, they scream, you scream. The nurse shrugs. Diapers don't exist, neither does sleep. Your husband names the baby after his uncle. You do not approve, but you're very tired. The uncle in question is a man who once fell asleep in a vineyard and woke up convinced he could talk to goats. You suggest other names. Your husband insists. You surrender. You're outnumbered and leaking from places no one warned you about. Motherhood in Rome is not gentle. There are no pastel nurseries, no gentle lullabies, and absolutely no baby monitors. What you have is a small, loud human, a nurse with permanent judgment in her eyes, and a household that suddenly seems one room too small. You are exhausted. You are sore. You are somehow always slightly damp. The baby cries, constantly, sometimes because they are hungry, sometimes because they are gassy, sometimes, you suspect, just to test your will to live. You bounce them, you rock them, you attempt to sing, but you forget all the words and end up humming the melody of a funeral dirge. It works. Briefly. Your mother-in-law appears daily with advice you did not ask for. She suggests rubbing the baby with olive oil. She also suggests rubbing you with olive oil. You pretend not to hear the second part and smile politely, while your child spits up onto your only clean tunic. There are no diapers, there are cloths, and buckets, and a system so complex it may as well require engineering diagrams. You learn to read the signs, the sudden stillness, the ominous silence, the particular facial expression that means prepare the laundry. You lose track of time, days blur into each other. Your hair becomes a nest. Your toga has crusty bits. Visitors arrive to congratulate you. They comment on the baby's cheeks and your tired eyes. They bring gifts, mostly useless. A carved rattle, a silver spoon, a charm to hang over the crib that wards off jealous spirits, and, allegedly, bedwetting. You thank them and try not to cry when someone asks when the next one is coming. Your husband beams with pride. He holds the baby like it's a political alliance. He parades the child through the forum. You watch from the window, covered in spit-up and wondering if this is what triumph feels like. You remind yourself that this is temporary, that you're not alone, that mothers before you have done this barefoot with 6 children and a goat in the kitchen. The nurse is competent, which is to say she does not flinch when the baby howls like a banshee or when you accidentally fall asleep mid-sentence. She tells you to rest. You try, but your brain is a swarm of bees and every creak in the house sounds like a crisis. You count ceiling cracks and try to remember who you were before you became a source of milk and worry. Eventually the fog lifts, a little. The baby begins to smile, or at least gurgle in a less terrifying way. You manage a full meal. You brush your hair. You go outside and feel the sun and realize the world did not end. You survived. You are still tired. But you are also a tiny bit proud. You created life, kept it alive, dressed it in a tunic the size of a napkin. You're a Roman mother, a force of nature wrapped in linen and resolve. You hold your baby. You kiss their forehead. You whisper a promise that one day, when they are old enough, you will tell them the story of how they were named after a man who thought he was a goat. And then, maybe, you will finally take a nap. Your husband buys a new chariot, starts oiling his arms a lot, and grows a beard for the Republic. You develop a sudden interest in philosophy, wine, and ignoring him entirely. It begins subtly. A new toga with slightly more flair than necessary. A sudden opinion on Gladiator fitness routines. He spends longer at the mirror, adjusting his fibula clasp just so, humming old military songs like he fought in a war instead of arguing about drainage in the Senate. You try not to laugh when he flexes while reaching for a fig. Then he buys the chariot. Shiny, ridiculous, red wheels, gold trim. It has the energy of a man who's been told he's irrelevant and responded by making sure everyone hears him galloping down the street at 7 a.m. He calls it a necessary tool for statecraft. You call it what it is. Loud compensation. He starts referring to himself in the third person. Not always. Just when discussing philosophy or chariot handling. You catch him practicing speeches in the atrium, gesturing to an invisible crowd. The dog looks concerned. You start pouring your wine a little earlier in the day. Your own interests shift. You suddenly find the works of Stoic philosophers very relatable. Seneca's bits on tolerating fools become your favourite bedtime reading. You consider writing your own treatise titled On the Endurance of Egos. You attend lectures, quietly, in the back, with snacks. You also become excellent at the art of strategic nodding. When your husband begins yet another monologue on the state of the Republic and how facial hair reflects internal virtue, you nod. You say interesting while counting the cracks in the ceiling. You've reached a place of internal detachment rivaling any priestess. His friends enable him. They are also going through it. One grows his hair long and starts quoting Homer while drunk. Another joins a mysterious cult involving goat masks and loud drumming. You host a dinner where 3 of them debate toga lengths like the fate of Rome hangs in the balance. You spend most of the night petting the cat and plotting your escape. One evening your husband returns home flushed with pride. He's been challenged to a chariot race, for honour, for exercise, for reasons that make no sense to anyone sober. You smile, tell him to wear the bronze knee guards and make sure the will is up to date. He thinks you're being supportive. He loses the race, dramatically, falls into a puddle. The crowd laughs. He sulks for 3 days, emerging only to oil his biceps in sorrow. You console him with wine and remind us that real greatness lies in wisdom, not wheel speed. He nods solemnly and then immediately starts pricing faster horses. In quiet rebellion, you stop pretending to care. You host quiet gatherings with friends who read scrolls and whisper spicy gossip. You invest in a better wine cellar. You wear your most comfortable tunics and absolutely no underlayers. You nap in the middle of the day, in public, like a woman who has given up on subtlety and embraced her final form. Eventually the chariot collects dust, the beard goes grey, the oiling slows. He returns to his old self, mostly. A little humbler, a little quieter. You still don't talk about the puddle. You both move on. Because midlife in Rome is not about reinvention. It's about surviving the absurdity with grace, sarcasm, and maybe a few well-timed naps. And if your partner happens to briefly believe he's a war hero with racing credentials and philosophical biceps, you let him have his moment. Then you finish your wine and go read in peace. Your husband passed away, probably from ego or oysters. You're now a widow, which means freedom, financial independence, and a lot of dramatic black veils. You're sad. You're rich. You're finally in charge of the olives. It starts, as many Roman deaths do, with the dinner party gone sideways. He insisted on eating a tray of shellfish that smelled like Neptune's laundry basket. You warned him. He waved you off and called it an aphrodisiac. 12 hours later, he was whispering apologies to the household gods and clutching his stomach like he'd swallowed a small amphora. The physician came. He declared it fate. You called it inevitable. The mourning period begins. Officially, you are to wear black, cover your hair, and walk around looking appropriately devastated. Unofficially, you are now the most interesting person in your social circle. People bring you cakes. They whisper. They want to know if he left a will or just vague threats scribbled on papyrus. You keep your answers cryptic. It's more fun that way. You wear the veils, you sigh at doorways, you receive condolences with the solemn dignity of someone who just inherited 3 vineyards and a house with marble floors. It is a difficult time, emotionally, but also thrilling. Because for the first time in your life, no one is managing your schedule. No one is telling you to smile more. No one is asking for figs at 3 a.m. You get to make decisions, you move the furniture, you fire the lazy servant who kept misplacing your sandals, you rename the family dog, you put your name on things, you take long walks alone and no one asks where you're going or why. It's glorious. Like vacation, but with more legal documents. People begin to notice. Widows in Rome are complicated. You're respected, but also watched. You're wealthy, but must pretend to be subdued. You host modest gatherings with excellent wine and just enough poetry to keep it respectable. You flirt politely with senators. You raise an eyebrow at a young poet who writes you a sonnet and then pretends it was about the moon. You update your wardrobe, still dark but fashionable. You commission a tunic that makes people gasp and then pretend not to. You wear jewellery again, but slowly. A ring here, a pin there. Nothing too bold. Just enough to remind the world that you are still very much alive and now legally allowed to make your own choices. Your family visits. They bring advice and casseroles. They hint that you should remarry. You pretend not to hear. Your cousin suggests a nobleman with good teeth and questionable politics. You nod thoughtfully while feeding your cat a piece of fish. Later, you host a dinner and seat him next to a woman who collects funeral masks. At night, you light a lamp and walk the halls. You speak to the household gods. You thank them for the lessons, for the patience, for the quiet. You remember your husband, not fondly, not bitterly, just accurately. He was a man with opinions, ambition, and a very sensitive stomach. Now, the house is yours. The staff listens. The olives are harvested under your orders. You keep the books. You pay the bills. You sleep diagonally across the bed. No one wakes you with politics or indigestion. You are a Roman widow, feared, admired, slightly envied. You wear your veil with style and your freedom like armor. People say you walk taller now. You do. Because you've finally become what Rome never expected you to be. Your own. An old flame returns. They are slightly more wrinkled, but still very poetic. You meet in secret under a fig tree. It's wildly romantic until you trip over a tortoise and bruise your dignity. You pretend you meant to sit that way, sprawled dramatically on the ground like a tragic heroine. Your old flame offers a hand, says something devastatingly vague like, "I see time has only sharpened your fire," and you try not to laugh because you're fairly certain there's a fig stuck to your back. Their voice is the same, low, deliberate, with just a hint of dramatic suffering. The kind of voice that once made you swoon, and now mostly makes you wonder if they're cold or just always sighing. You sit on a bench carved with bad poetry and worse craftsmanship, and suddenly you're 16 again, hiding love letters in sandals and dodging Aunt Lucilla's moral radar. They have brought wine, not the cheap kind. They remember your favourite, and you feel something warm creep into your ribcage. Is it love? Is it indigestion? Hard to tell. You sip and let them talk. They tell you they never forgot you, that they wrote verses in the army camp, that your name is etched into their heart like a wax tablet left too close to the fire. You do not swoon. You raise an eyebrow. You ask what took them so long. They say fate. You say your in-laws. You both laugh and realize you missed this. The ease, the banter, the lack of political ambition. They're older now. So are you. You notice the little things. Their hands are calloused in new places. Their hair has more stories than style. Your face is wiser, less willing to hide how tired you are of small talk and status. But in this strange Roman twilight, with figs above and a tortoise possibly judging you nearby, it feels like time folded in on itself. Of course, this is still Rome. Nothing is ever just simple or soft. There are eyes everywhere, neighbours with ears like hawks and gossip that moves faster than plague. You cannot be seen with a former lover, especially one with a reputation for stirring poetic chaos and at least one confirmed duel. So you walk home separately, 5 paces apart, like strangers heading in the same direction out of pure coincidence. You do not speak of it the next day, not aloud. But a note arrives, folded neatly, tucked into a fruit basket. The handwriting is unmistakable. You read it over breakfast while your servant pretends not to look curious. The note says simply, "Still under the fig tree. Tonight, you should ignore it. You have laundry, responsibilities, a temple donation to organize, but you go. Of course you go. Because Roman widowhood is many things, but rarely boring." The second meeting is quieter. No tortoise. Just moonlight and stories. You talk about everything you missed. About the time they tried to woo a senator's daughter and ended up exiled for 5 months to a farm with goats. About your own years of marriage marked by olives, sighs, and a lot of dental complaints. You laugh until your ribs ache. You touch fingers, just briefly. Nothing comes of it. Not officially. There's no grand affair. No marriage pact. Just 2 people with history and humour, finding peace under a fig tree. You still walk home separately, but now there's a new lightness to your step. You're still a widow, still in charge, still respected. But sometimes, under the right moon, with the right wine and the right tortoise-free bench, you get to remember who you were before everything else. You're older, wiser, and completely done with nonsense. You date deliberately, flirt efficiently, and demand good bread. The younger women ask for advice. You offer them wine instead. This time around, you're not here for mediocre poetry or unseasoned olives. You have lived through marriage, childbirth, social climbing, in-law politics, midlife chaos, and possibly 1 or 2 plagues. You know what you want, and more importantly, you know exactly what you do not. You attend gatherings with a new kind of confidence. You are not the blushing maiden hiding behind a potted fern. You are the one seated near the host, sipping wine like a queen, quietly judging everyone's sandals. Men approach you cautiously. The smart ones bring clever conversation. The bold ones bring cheese. The foolish ones quote Virgil. You let them. You no longer entertain suitors who confuse passion with volume or mistake entitlement for charm. You have no time for men who gesture wildly about politics while spilling wine on your tunic. You want wit. You want depth. You want someone who knows how to enjoy silence without treating it like a personal failure. Your first date as a seasoned Roman woman is surprisingly pleasant. He is a merchant. He smells like cinnamon and financial stability. He compliments your earrings without making it weird. He listens when you speak and does not once mention his chariot collection. You are impressed, almost suspicious. You finish dessert before making any promises. Your friends are curious. They tease you gently, like cats circling a warm spot. They want to know if it's serious. You say no, not yet, maybe never. You are dating now with the grace of someone who knows she is not trying to fill a void but simply pass the time in a way that feels delicious. The younger women flock to you. They whisper their romantic woes in your ear at dinner parties. They ask if it ever gets easier. You raise an eyebrow and pour them more wine. You tell them to stop falling for men who think quoting Ovid makes them deep. You tell them to eat the cake, say no early, and learn to walk away without explaining. You become something of an oracle, a matriarch of flirtation and firm boundaries. You are known for sharp advice and excellent taste in sandals. Suitors begin to understand that approaching you is not a game, it is an audition, and you are a very discerning judge. One evening you go on a date that feels different. He is older too, a scholar, wears simple clothes, has thoughts on architecture that do not put you to sleep. You walk together through the market, talking about everything and nothing. He does not try to impress you. He simply enjoys your company. It feels easy. You did not expect that. You do not rush. You never will again. You take your time. You ask questions. You listen to your own instincts, which are louder now, sharper, funnier. You can smell desperation and narcissism like a hound on a hunt. You know your worth, and it does not shrink in the presence of attention. It grows. You are dating again. But now, you do it like a Roman empress wrapped in linen and wisdom. You leave dates early if they bore you. You kiss slowly if they don't. You walk home alone on purpose because your house is quiet, your sheets are clean, and your cat does not interrupt you when you're reading. You are not searching anymore. You are selecting. You remarry. It's quiet, respectful, and surprisingly pleasant. You both enjoy long walks, gossiping about senators, and judging everyone under 30. True love, Roman edition. There's no parade, no wolf mask, no shrieking aunt throwing flower petals into your hair like it's a military celebration. Instead, it's two adults who have absolutely no interest in drama and a deep appreciation for naps, warm bread, and conversations that do not involve anyone storming out. You met him at a bookshop, or what passes for one in Rome, a scroll stall wedged between a cheese vendor and a man selling suspicious talismans. You reached for the same badly copied satire and laughed when he pretended to let you win. It was comfortable from the start, like sandals that don't need breaking in. There were no breathless declarations, no grand poetry. He did not compare your eyes to stars or your laughter harp music. He said plainly, "You seem intelligent and very tired. I like that." And you, exhausted by a lifetime of theatrical suitors, found it refreshingly perfect. He was widowed too, a former bureaucrat who now spends his mornings tending herbs and muttering about public fountains. You like his honesty, his blunt affection, his complete disinterest in impressing anyone. He wears the same tunic to every dinner party. You think it's bold. Everyone else thinks he only owns one. The wedding is brief, a few witnesses, some wine. A friend officiates with more snark than sentiment. You wear a new tunic that doesn't itch. He brings you a garland made of actual herbs from his garden. You laugh. He offers to cook. You wisely decline. Living together is surprisingly easy. He gives you space. You give him directions. You learn each other's rhythms. He wakes early and recites Latin to himself. You stay up late reorganizing the spice jars and cursing whoever labelled two things mint when one is clearly time. He talks to the cat like it's a senator. You find it charming. There are no games, no tests. When he says he'll be home after the market, he is. When you're in a mood, he brings figs and quietly disappears until it passes. You write him notes that say things like, "The laundry is dry and I like your knees." He writes back things like, "I made soup and your opinions are better than Cicero's." You go on walks, not for exercise, for judgment. You pass couples and whisper commentary. You make up backstories. You rate sandals. Sometimes you sit in the forum just to count how many young people say literally in one conversation. It's delightful. Your friends are skeptical at first, then quietly envious. They notice you smiling more, sleeping better, laughing with less effort. They ask what your secret is. You say low expectations and shared loathing of the same people. They nod like you've just handed them the answer to the universe. There are no scandals, no hushed whispers, just two grown adults who have run out of patience for pretense and now live in a state of gentle amusement. You still keep your own room, you still keep your name, you still keep a drawer full of sarcastic letters you never sent. He respects all of it. Sometimes at night he reads aloud, not because he thinks it's romantic, just because it helps him sleep. You listen, not to the words, but to the steady comfort of a voice that does not demand, dramatize, or disappear. It may not be fireworks and sonnets, but it is steady, warm, and real. The kind of love that brings you tea when you're grumpy and never touches your scrolls without asking. And after everything Rome put you through, that's more than enough. You leave the city, you buy a villa, you grow herbs and tell your grandchildren wildly exaggerated stories. You never tell them about the flute girl or the fig tree. You tell them you once outran a chariot, that you debated Cicero, that you single-handedly negotiated peace between two feuding patrician families using only a basket of olives and your withering glare. They believe you, mostly because you say it with such calm authority while feeding them honey cakes and pointing vaguely toward the horizon, like the past is a place you could walk to if you had the right sandals. The villa is quiet, blissfully, gloriously quiet. You wake to bird song, not market criers. You fall asleep to the sound of wind rustling through olive trees, not some neighbour arguing about taxes and drainage. Your days are ruled not by clocks or schedules, but by sunbeams on the tiles, and how many figs have fallen from the tree by midday. Your dog, an aging creature with one ear and a suspicious dislike of statues, follows you everywhere. He does not care about your past. He only cares about scraps and belly rubs and barking at shadows. You adore him. You named him Senator. He has never passed a single law. The herbs grow wild and a little chaotic like everything else you now love. You dry them carefully. Use them in teas. Sell them when you feel like it. You tell the villagers they are for digestion or dreams or banishing nosy neighbours. Sometimes you hand out bundles wrapped in cloth with mysterious symbols drawn in ink, and refuse to explain what they do. The locals think you might be a witch. You encourage this. Visitors come occasionally, old friends, former flames, grandchildren, even your cousin, who still insists striped tunics are flattering. You nod politely and pour more wine. They sit on your terrace and marvel at your peace, your independence, your apparent refusal to care about anything unworthy of caring. You serve them olives, cheese, and a story. Always a story. But you never mention the fig tree, or the love letters, or the night you ran through the rain just to kiss someone who had once called you dangerous and meant it as a compliment. You never mention the decisions that shaped you or the ones that nearly unmade you. Those live in a locked box in your mind, wrapped in silk, protected by time. You keep a small scroll tucked in your drawer. It's faded and smudged, but the handwriting is unmistakable. You read it on cold nights when the stars feel too quiet. It makes you smile. You put it away. You let it stay in the past where it belongs. Your grandchildren grow older. They start asking questions, real ones. Did you ever love someone you weren't supposed to? Were you ever afraid? Did you make mistakes? You ruffle their hair. You hand them more cake. You say yes, but not in the way they expect. Then you tell them about the time you faced down a tax collector, using nothing but a stare and a broom. It's a lie. They love it. You tend your garden, you feed the dog, you laugh often and loudly even when you're alone. You write letters you never send and bake bread that no one asked for. You keep the secrets you want to keep, and you release the ones that no longer sting. You're not hiding. You're resting. You're not lonely. You're full. Full of stories, of lessons, of laughter, of memory. Rome still buzzes somewhere far beyond the hills. Let it. You have earned your quiet. And if one day someone finds an old love poem beneath the floorboards, well, let them wonder. You sit under the olive tree reminiscing about a life full of poetry, politics, and people who couldn't dance. You realize the great truth of Roman love. It was rarely tidy, but it was never boring. The branches above you sway gently in the breeze, casting shifting patches of sunlight across your lap. The same tree you planted years ago, back when you still thought your husband might learn to do his own laundry. He didn't. But the tree flourished. So did you, in your own sideways, sarcastic kind of way. You sip wine from a cup that has seen better parties and stare at the horizon like it might blink back. You think of all the people who passed through your life, the poet who stole your heart and maybe your sandals. The bureaucrat who taught you that kindness can sound like silence. The flute girl, still unnamed in your memory but oddly present any time someone plays a melody that makes your bones ache. You remember your wedding like a fever dream. The wolf mask, the incense, the dog crying louder than your relatives. You remember the marriage itself, all those years of side glances and social expectations, the slow shifting from strangers to something almost resembling teammates. You remember the joy of your child's first steps, the agony of their fevers, the strange pride in teaching them to throw a sandal with precision. Your memories are stitched together not in order but in flavour. The sweetness of stolen figs, the sharpness of bad wine shared under moonlight, the salt of tears held back during formal dinners because someone made a joke about childbirth again. You remember being young and too loud, then older and too quiet, then wise enough to ignore both labels entirely. You think of the mistakes too, the letter you never sent, the conversation you had too late, the apology you should have accepted, the grudge you let live longer than it deserved. But you carry them all now like smooth stones in your pocket, worn, familiar, harmless. You chuckle, thinking about how many people believed you were scandalous. You weren't, not really. You were just curious, honest, hungry for something more than embroidery and polite nodding. You had opinions. You shared them, loudly. Sometimes during funerals you regret very little. A grandchild runs past you chasing a lizard. You watch with amusement as they trip and pop back up without missing a beat. They are loud and chaotic and slightly sticky. You adore them. They will grow up hearing your stories and only later wonder which parts were true. That's how it should be. Your dog snores nearby. His face has gone white with age. He has seen more of your tears than any priest ever did. He is your greatest confidant, and the only one who doesn't interrupt when you tell stories. The olive tree creaks in the wind. You lean your head back and close your eyes. The air smells like time and memory. You think of how love in Rome came in so many forms: arranged, forbidden, fiery, polite, transactional, reckless, late blooming, and utterly baffling. Love that left bruises, love that brought bread, love that ended in silence but left you wiser. You lived it all. You felt it all. You survived it all. And now, in the golden quiet of your final chapter, you realized the olive oil was never just for cooking. It was for anointing the ordinary, preserving what mattered, smoothing out the rough edges of a life that was never tidy but was always yours. You smile, let the sun warm your face, and whisper to no one in particular, "What a story." At some point, you realize something has shifted. Young men straighten up when you enter a room. Older women smile knowingly. Someone whispers your name like it's a cautionary proverb. You are no longer the romantic lead. You are the example, the woman whose story gets told with the raised eyebrow and a lesson attached. And honestly, you've never felt more powerful. You used to walk into rooms wondering who might fall in love with you. Now you walk in wondering who will dare challenge you. The answer is, not many. There's a new kind of hush that follows your footsteps, the kind reserved for people who've survived both heartbreak and toga fashion, disasters with their wit intact. You don't flirt anymore. You converse. You do not giggle. You chuckle softly and say things like, "How quaint." You offer advice that sounds vague but is secretly devastating. When someone asks for your opinion, you give it. Slowly, like a drop of venom from a polished spoon. You've become the kind of woman men invent excuses to avoid offending. One young senator called you intimidating. You thanked him. Another said he'd heard you once made a magistrate cry at dinner. You did. It was about olives, and it was justified. Your neighbours treat you like a cross between a local oracle and an unsupervised cat. Some days you bless their gardens, other days you steal their wine and leave unsolicited advice on papyrus scraps. You are a one-woman revolution in a comfortable shawl. Teenagers ask if you were always this terrifying. You weren't. You just got tired of apologizing for knowing things, for being things, for taking up space with opinions sharper than most people's jawlines. Now you speak like a storm cloud with excellent posture. Once someone asked if you were ever in love. You stared at them until they reconsidered the question entirely and asked where you bought your sandals instead. Smart choice. You host gatherings now, not parties. Gatherings. There is cheese, wine, and a strict no-whining policy. You toast to bad decisions that taught you good boundaries, to crushes that didn't deserve you, to the power of a well-timed eyebrow raise. And people listen, even the smug ones, even the ones who used to talk over you. They sit and absorb your stories like they're sacred texts, because they are. Sacred, messy, glorious, yours. One day a mother brings her son to meet you. He's wide-eyed and wearing far too much cologne. She says he needs a role model. You nod solemnly and offer him a honey cake. He eats it too fast and nearly chokes. You don't flinch. You simply pour tea and ask him if he's ever been properly rejected before. It's a warning, a lesson, a gift. And now people speak your name carefully, like it might trigger something, like it might summon a ghost. You aren't a ghost. You're the storm that never passed, the love story that didn't end the way they expected. The reason someone somewhere has commitment issues and excellent taste in sandals. You've become folklore with a pulse, a woman they admire, fear, and tell stories about. You don't mind, you prefer it. You earned this reputation one disaster at a time. You sit on a stone bench in the forum and watch the cycle repeat. Young lovers arguing loudly, secret glances near columns, dramatic reunions that last exactly one season. Rome keeps falling in love the same way it always has, loudly, messily, with too much confidence and not enough foresight. You sip your wine and think, yes, that looks familiar. There's a girl pacing in circles, pulling at her sleeves, waiting for someone who is, according to the sun, at least an hour late. She keeps checking over her shoulder like she's hoping Jupiter himself will intervene. You know that feeling. Hope mixed with denial, seasoned with a pinch of sweaty panic. A few feet away, a boy recites something that might be poetry, or might be a shopping list in iambic pentameter. His sandals are untied. His heart is clearly in trouble. Two older lovers argue over figs. Not politics, not inheritance, just figs. One prefers them overripe and dramatic. The other likes them neat and predictable. You can tell they'll be together forever. Anyone who argues about figs in public has already made peace with love's ridiculousness. Behind them, a woman flirts with a spice merchant who definitely should be focused on weighing cinnamon. Instead, he's complimenting her hair and offering a discount that suspiciously only applies if she returns tomorrow. She will. They always do. The spice of attraction is conveniently sold by weight. You sip your wine slowly, like a scholar observing a case study. Because that's what this is. A living dissertation in foolishness, a thesis in heat and hubris. Rome has not changed. People still risk their reputations for a decent set of shoulders and a poorly timed compliment. You hear someone yell, "It's not what it looks like," and someone else scream, "You said she was your cousin." You nod. Classic material, a timeless favourite. They'll make up by the feast of Minerva or break up by moonrise. Either way, the drama is rich and deeply seasoned with regret. And through it all, you sit. Not alone, but apart. Like someone who has read the final chapter and decided to reread the good parts. You know what comes next. The rush, the crash, the awkward encounter at a dinner party 3 months later where one of them brings someone new and the other brings wine and vengeance. You used to be part of that dance. You once stood where that girl stands now, hopeful and overdressed, heart perched on a fragile ledge. You once wrote those frantic notes, those love poems disguised as philosophy assignments. You once fell in love on purpose. Now you fall in love with the view. Because there is something deeply satisfying about watching people learn, not in a cruel way, in a knowing way, like a baker watching someone knead dough too hard and remembering all the overcooked loaves from their youth. You want to tell them to go slower, to breathe, but you don't, because they won't listen, and that's the point. Someone kisses someone else near a statue of Venus. They pull away too fast, embarrassed. Then they laugh. Then they do it again. You raise your cup to them in a silent toast. May your love survive bathhouse gossip and mismatched horoscopes. The sun begins to set and the forum changes colour. The drama doesn't stop. It just gets better lighting. You stretch your legs, adjust your shawl, and decide to stay a little longer. Rome may not learn, but it performs beautifully. And as another argument flares near the fountain, you lean back and smile. You've already lived this opera. Now you get to enjoy the encore. There comes a quiet afternoon when no one needs you, no one is asking advice, and nothing dramatic is happening at all. You sit with the sun on your face and consider the question people always ask but never mean. Would you do it all again? The love, the mistakes, the bad poetry, the wrong people. You smile, you adjust your sandals, and you think, yes, but with better timing and fewer olives involved. It's not nostalgia. You're not polishing the past into something it wasn't. You remember the chaos, the heartbreaks, the days you cried over someone who could barely string a sentence together without mentioning his horse. The nights you swore you'd never fall for anyone again. You remember it all, and you'd still do it. Because for every disastrous flirtation, there was a moment of pure, ridiculous joy. A sunlit walk, a look across a crowded atrium, a note passed under a table. You lived those moments fully, absurdly, and with your entire heart. You might have overdone the metaphors and underdone the boundaries, but it was all gloriously alive. You remember the first kiss that made your knees forget how to function, the first breakup that made you consider moving to Gaul, the first person who made you laugh so hard you snorted in public and didn't even care. You remember the mistakes too, like trusting anyone named Marcus who owns more than 2 tunics. Never again. There were days you wanted to run away, and one time you did. For 3 hours, you brought snacks and dramatic intentions. You came back after realizing you forgot your good sandals and emotional resilience. Still, you were proud of yourself, and that counts for something. You think of the people you loved. Not all of them deserved it, but some did. Some showed up with figs and apologies. Some remembered how you liked your wine and your silences. Some were brief and blinding. Some lingered like the scent of old perfume. Not all love lasts, but not all love has to. And the things you learned, that waiting by a column never makes someone arrive faster, that asking direct questions is terrifying but effective, that true love may look less like a poem and more like someone remembering to fix the roof before it rains. You learn to trust your instincts, and then you learn to trust them more. Would you do it all again? Yes, but you'd stop explaining yourself so much. You'd leave the party earlier. You'd say no faster and mean it. You'd dance more, especially when no one else was. You'd wear the dress, eat the cake, kiss the wrong person once and then never again. You'd spend less time trying to be impressive and more time being sincere. You'd forgive yourself sooner. You'd ask for help. You'd tell that one senator his toga was hideous. You'd keep the letters, but only reread the funny ones. You'd understand that heartbreak is not failure. It's just part of the recipe. And here you are now, in the quiet, with the sun, and sandals that finally fit. No regrets, just gratitude, not for every moment, but for the fact that you had them, that you lived them, that you survived your own story and came out with better taste in both shoes and people. So when someone asks if you'd do it all again, you answer honestly, yes, absolutely. Maybe with fewer figs and more sleep, but yes, because it wasn't perfect, but it was yours, and that in the end is more than enough.